Now the head of the NR, Ms. Yang Hanna, and the director Ganvo Pasanzav of UN ASCAP are entering the room. Please welcome them with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Symposium on Air Pollutant Emissions Inventory and Air Quality Management. My name is Sejong Park, and I will be your host for today's event. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. And it's a great honor for me to be here as the host for this meaningful event. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea, the UN ASCAP, and the experts from around the world. They're working really hard to reduce the fine particulate matters that directly and indirectly affects our health and our daily lives in the growing crisis of climate change. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all of the online participants as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Today, September 7th, marks the International Day of the Clean Air for Blue Skies. And this is the first official observance proposed by the Republic of Korea and adopted by the United Nations. In celebration of the 4th anniversary of this day, the slogan, "Together for Clean Air," means a lot. Nowadays, we are experiencing serious air pollution and the fine dust problems in the growing crisis of climate change. So I hope today's slogan would be able to give us a great opportunity to think more deeply about air pollution and the effects. And I would like to thank all of the experts from all around the world. And today's event is designed to ensure that our children should have the clean air and clear blue skies in the future. I hope this symposium would be a great opportunity for all of us to think about the way to solve these problems together and make a mutually beneficial relationship with each other. All right, as I told you before, a satisfaction survey will be conducted during the symposium today. We look forward to your active participation. Please use your mobile phone. You can scan the QR code in front of the screen. I hope you your active participation. All right, now we're going to invite Ms. Hanna Yang, the head of the NR of the Ministry of Environment, for the opening remarks. She is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for Korean citizens through her expertise-driven research on Find Us. Could you come forward to the stage? Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yang Hana, head of National Air Emission Inventory and Research Center. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants for being here with us at the 2023 International Symposium on Air Pollutant Emission Inventory and Air Quality Management. I'd like to extend my thanks to Mr. Gambold Basanjab, head of UN ASCA Northeast Asia office, as well as other participants, and also appreciate the online participants for joining us here today remotely. Today marks the 4th International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, officially designated by the UN. On this meaningful day, I am delighted to co-host this conference with the UN ASCA Northeast Asia office. According to WHO, globally, about 7 million people lose their lives every year due to air pollution, and in the West Pacific region alone, about 2.2 million people prematurely die. In Korea as well, there are significant concerns regarding public health due to air pollution, particularly fine dust. Every winter and spring, we frequently experience high concentrations of fine dust. To address this issue, the South Korean government initiated substantial air quality improvement efforts, starting with the special measures for Seoul metropolitan area air quality improvement in 2002. And in 2019, the comprehensive plan on fine dust management was formulated to continue nationwide fine dust improvement policies. Particularly to improve domestic fine dust levels, we are implementing various mitigation policies across all sectors of society. These include total air pollution management system for each zone, reduction in coal-fired power generation, stricter emission standards for businesses and vehicles, early retirement of old diesel vehicles, expansion of electrical and hydrogen cars, and mandatory use of low sulfur oil in ships and seasonal high concentration PM management system. As a result, in 2020, the emissions of PM 2.5, nitrogen oxides, and sulfur oxides decreased by 16%, 27%, and 42% respectively compared to the levels in 2016. Furthermore, the nationwide annual average concentration of PM 2.5 significantly improved from 26 micrograms per cubic meter in 2016 to 17 micrograms per cubic meter last year. Still, this concentration level falls short of both South Korea's air quality standards of 15 micrograms per cubic meter and the new WHO guidelines of 5 micrograms per cubic meter. Accordingly, in 2022, the Korean government established the third comprehensive plan on air quality improvement with a goal of reducing PM 2.5 levels to 12 micrograms per cubic meter by 2032 to protect the public health. This is an ambitious goal. To achieve this, various sectors and neighboring countries should work together. It is crucial to analyze the causes of fine dust emissions based on scientific evidence and implement effective mitigation policies. The Korean government has made consistent efforts to improve air quality based on scientific evidence. As part of the efforts, NAIR was established. Until 2019, the National Institute of Environmental Research had been responsible for conducting research on air pollutant emissions and policy assessment. However, in 2019, NAIR was established as a separate dedicated organization to conduct more concentrated efforts in this area. Since its inception, NAIR has been enhancing the accuracy of air pollutant emission assessments, shortened the calculation period for emissions, advanced the air quality assessment system, and periodically analyzed the effectiveness of air quality policies. We also make various efforts to collaborate and exchange information with experts from home and abroad. Today's symposium is a prime example of this. Today, at this symposium, we aim to learn about each country's situation, research findings, challenges related to air quality policies, air pollutant inventory calculation methods, and air quality improvement analysis. Additionally, we hope to gather valuable insights from experts on our ways forward. I believe this will further enhance the quality management capabilities of each country. This year's theme for Clean Air for Blue Skies Day is taking the journey together for clean air. To achieve clean air for all of us, each one of us needs to work together. I hope this event serves as an opportunity for experts from various countries to collaborate closely and take the journey together in air emission inventory and policy assessment. Hopefully, taking this opportunity, we can gain insights from experts from various countries, and all the experts can work together. Our center aims to create an annual international platform starting with the symposium where we can share research outcomes in the fields of air pollutant emissions information and policy assessment to contribute to air quality improvement not only in Korea but also in East Asia and beyond. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Gamble de Basanjav, the director of the UN ASCAP Northeast Asia office, and all those involved for co-hosting this event with us. Thanks to the collaboration with the UN ASCAP Northeast Asia office, we were able to bring together experts not only from Asia, but also from Europe and the United States, making this event truly meaningful. Once again, thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedules, and I wish you and your family peace and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your impressive speech. As she mentioned, today is the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. But right now, many people around the world are dying due to air pollution and fine dust. This is the serious problem. That's why we are having a special symposium today. And I hope today's symposium will be a great chance for us to find a breakthrough to solve these problems together. Thank you. And we're very sorry for the audio issue. All right, next we're going to invite Mr. Ganvol Basanzav, the director of UN ASCAP East and Northeast Asia office for the opening remarks. Could you come forward to the stage? Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Ms. Hannah Yang, President of National Air Emission Inventory and Research Center, Republic of Korea, distinguished members of NIACAP Science and Policy Committee, representatives of NIACAP technical centers, experts, and participants, very good morning. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to you at this symposium and collectively celebrate the 4th International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. The profound impact of air pollution on both human health and environment underscores the essential nature of clean air in ensuring the quality of life and fostering a sustainable ecosystem. Recognizing the urgency to address the air quality issue, through the years, ASCAP has adapted its work on air pollution to ensure that it facilitates collective actions in areas of most impact, leveraging from the strengths of member countries and partners. ASCAP has functioned as the Secretariat for the Northeast Asian Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation, NIASPEC, the only intergovernmental mechanism that brings together all 6 countries in Northeast Asia, which is happily addresses cross-border and transboundary environmental challenges, including air quality issues. NIASPEC member countries launched the Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership, in short we call NIACAP, back in 2018. NIACAP's overarching goal is to establish a robust platform that facilitates science-based and policy-oriented cooperation. The inclusive and participatory nature of this platform encourages engagement from various stakeholders, thereby enriching NIACAP's work with diverse insights and innovative ideas. In this spirit, it brings me a great pleasure to jointly organize this significant event in partnership with National Air Emission Inventory and Research Center of Korea. Our collective efforts have the potential to expedite a substantial progress in addressing air pollution across the Northeast Asian region. The valuable insights shared today will inform the deliberations of NIACAP's 5th Science and Policy Committee meeting tomorrow. Indeed, these linkages of our engagements on air pollution across various fronts amplify the potential of strengthening scientific cooperation, which forms one of the core elements of NIACAP. In closing, I extend my wishes for engaging in thought-provoking, lively discussions throughout today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. As he mentioned, the air quality is closely linked with the quality of our life. That's why we have to work on this issue together. And we believe that our collective efforts will work together. All right, now we're going to take a commemorative photo shoot. So could you come forward to the stage, our distinguished guests and our speakers? Could you come forward to the stage? We're going to take a commemorative photo shoot. We're going to invite our distinguished guests and experts from around the world and our speakers of today's 4 sessions. Please come forward to the stage. The group photo is demonstration of the commitment towards the development of Symposium on air pollutant emissions inventory and air quality management. All right. Could you make it 2 rows? Thank you. This year's slogan is Together for Clean Air. So we should work on this issue together. Thank you. We're going to have a commemorative photo with our speakers and distinguished guests. All right. Are you ready? Okay, great. Please look at the camera at the center. Could you move a little bit to show all your faces? Thank you. Please look at the camera at the center. Okay. 3, 2, 1, kimchi. All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you. Please return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation and your active participation. Thank you. Thank you very much, our distinguished guests and speakers and experts. Thank you so much for coming. All right, this concludes the opening ceremony of the 2023 Symposium on Air Pollutant Emissions Inventory and Air Quality Management. Now we'll commence the first session of today's symposium. The main theme of this session is global air quality policy trend and international cooperation, and we're planning to explore policy trends of neighboring countries for reduction of air pollution. All right, today's first presenter is Mr. Sang-min Nam, the Director of Environment and Development Division, UN ASCAP. And he will give us a presentation on Asia-Pacific Regional Action Program on air pollution. And he's with us online. Hi, Mr. Nam. Can you hear me? Director Nam?
네, 들립니다.
Okay.
네, 들립니다.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Would you please proceed with your presentation?
Good morning. This is sorry, I can hear your interpretation. Sorry, I can't hear my voice. But anyways, I will just proceed. Good morning. So my presentation focuses on regional air pollution cooperation in Asia Pacific. I'm also pleased to speak on regional cooperation on the day of International Day of Clean Air. I'm sorry, I will change some audio setting because I listened to the Korean interpretation, so I shouldn't. 네.
네, 지금 통역기 소리가 들리시나요?
네.
So you hear the interpretation, right? Would you please check your audio? You're not wearing a interpretation receiver, right?
Let me just continue concerning the time. So first, let me speak about the regional context of air pollution in Asia Pacific. Of course, we are well aware about this high level of air pollution concentration in Asia, especially Asia Pacific is accountable for about 2/3 of premature deaths in the world. Mostly it is estimated about 6 to 7 million people. So out of 6 to 7 million, Asia Pacific is is a home to about 2/3 of them. And we do have quite a diverse cooperation mechanisms, mostly based on sub-region, starting from Northeast Asia. It's as you know, it's a NIACAP, and then Southeast Asia, ASEAN. But problem is they have a very limited mandate and scope and capacity, which I will elaborate on that part later. But meanwhile, also we have seen increasing awareness and commitments, including celebration of this International Day of Clean Air. Without strong increasing awareness and commitment of member countries, we wouldn't be able to designate today as an International Day of Clean Air for blue skies. And we have seen most countries are developing or have developed their comprehensive national action plan on air pollution. And then this is quite a recent report, the Air Quality Life Index report, and then their assessment. And when it comes to Northeast Asia, we have seen this rapid progress in China, especially during last 10 years, more than 40% reduction of PM 2.5. And then, but when for Southeast Asia, overall PM 2.5 is still increasing, especially India. And look at this, if we exclude India and China, so global PM 2.5, especially the rest of the world would be less than 20 microgram per square meter. And then also between Beijing and Seoul and Tokyo, there are also considerable differences. Like last year, Beijing, it was about 30 microgram, and then Seoul was 18, and Tokyo was about 9. So there is really, while there is a good progress, but we see big difference across major cities in Northeast Asia. And also looking at this compliance rate with regard to WHO air quality guideline, especially with the 2021 revised guideline of PM. And here, so there are, as you know, there are 5 stages, different steps of air quality guideline from WHO, starting from air quality guideline and then interim level. And look at this Southeast Asia. So here, Southeast Asia means this is a WHO's regional categorization. It includes some of Southeast Asia and South Asia. And then no cities and countries are meeting WHO air quality guideline, even IT interim level. So there is a very limited number of cities meeting the IT one. And then also West Pacific, including Northeast Asia, it is still relatively low with also many other countries, many other regions. And this is a map looking at the life saving from reduction of PM 2.5. And then, so one assessment, that this is, of course, it can't really tell all the story, but this is one assessment. If we are able to reduce PM 2.5 to WHO guideline level, so 17, 18 billion years of life could be saved. So this is point. And then also the impact of PM 2.5 on global life expectancy. It's comparable to smoking and more than 3 times of alcohol use and unsafe water. And also you can, on the map, you see the great potential of saving life in Southeast Asia, especially India and Nepal. And then some part of China. So we have to really look at the health impact of PM 2.5 to set up, to comply with the WHO guideline and to communicate with the with the community. And then this multilateral cooperation. So NECAP is the latest one, as you know, starting from 2018. Here, acid deposition monitoring network, ENET, it has a long history, but the scope has been really focusing on acid deposition, while during recent years, it is expanding the scope on a voluntary basis. For ASEAN Haze Agreement, it has also history of 20 plus years, 21 years. But despite the long history, from the beginning, there was a plan to create a coordination center for Haze Agreement. And then I was now only recent ASEAN summit, actually this week, agreed to launch the coordinating center. So it was supposed to be launched 20 years ago, but now it's being launched. So this also shows the weakness of the institutional arrangement and mal-declaration for South Asia. Despite the long histories, but from 2017, it's not able to carry out its own activities. So this is quite a common challenges for most sub-regional mechanism. In that regard, this regional action program on air pollution was discussed and adopted last year on the UN SCAP. And this is the first regional action program negotiated by government and adopted by government. And there are 5 goals. One of the most important one is science-based and policy-oriented cooperation. And then, but in a way to achieve these goals, it will be an open regional platform, and it is also a platform for dialogue and technical cooperation. So this is not just the SCAP's program, but it can be a program for any multilateral and multi-stakeholder mechanisms in Asia Pacific. They can use this as their reference and guiding document to develop multilateral activities. And it consists of 5 action areas. And then under these 5 action areas, we have over 30 specific activities identified, including air quality management, and air quality monitoring and data sharing, best practice exchange, capacity building, and commitment to multilateral cooperation, looking at more long-term institutional arrangement. And please visit our website and then to see the details, and especially those academic communities are highly encouraged to join and then to utilize this regional action. And then in connection with this regional action program, ESCAP is also working on Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information, utilizing this PAPGAPI, utilizing this geostationary satellite GEMS, which was launched April 2020. And so I guess so many of you in the room are aware of this GEMS. And then this TEMPO by NASA was also launched April this year. And then Sentinel-4 by European Space Agency will be launched this year. So as a first set of a geostationary satellite for monitoring air quality, so we are working on, we are supporting countries to have access to this data and then to utilize the data for their air quality management. And this is some of images from the GEMS air quality monitoring. And then this GEMS application tool, this is quite easy to use, and then with your desktop computer. So with this tool, you can also download the data and then visualize and analyze. So we are also supporting countries to utilize this tool, application tool, to have really their own in-depth analysis of air quality in each country. So with that, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your listening and today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. He summarized the Asia Pacific Regional Action Program on air pollution. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to invite Mr. Jin Nang-hu, the Director of Institute of Atmospheric Environment, Chinese Research Academy of Environmental Sciences. He will give us a presentation on air quality policy and monitoring in China. Okay, he's right now here. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. It's my great honor to present here, and I'd like to introduce you the Chinese air quality management policy. So I will present the slides in three parts. The first one is the milestones of air quality management in China. And actually, during the past 10 decades, the Chinese government made a big ambitious to build the beautiful China. So we have made a lot of efforts to improve the air quality, which is essential for the beautiful China goals. And actually, during the last decades, we made a lot of efforts. First of all, in 2012, we revised the air quality standards and added the PM 2.5 into the standard. And in 2013, we started the action plan for air pollution control. And in 2015, we revised the air pollution control law and other efforts. And the second part is some policies, actions for the air pollution control in China. The first of all is some policies, especially some action plans and the laws and standards. And the second of all, actually we have made a lot of efforts to eliminate some outdated and essential production capacity. For example, the iron and steel production and some glass production and others. And we also have made a retrofit of the power plants to a very ultra low level. And also we retrofit some coal burning stoves and furnace to a very clean energy. For example, the natural gas, and for some part of that is electricity. And we also have made great efforts to control the vehicle emissions. For example, we have the world's most stringent policy for the diesel cars. So that's why you cannot find a lot of diesel cars in China. And we also to eliminate about 30 million old, outdated, and high emission vehicles. We call it the yellow sticker vehicles in China. And we also improve our fuel quality from the national 3 to national 6 level, which is the most stringent level in the world. And we also have the very fast improvement in the new energy vehicles in China. We also have the regional jointly programs, joint prevention programs, which means we have set some key regions in China, including the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and the surrounding areas. That's the first most important key region, and the Pearl River Delta and the Yangtze River Delta, and also others. So we have the very strong collaboration in this regional air pollution control. And we also have made we have strengthened the enforcement in China. For example, we have started 2 rounds of the national inspection initiative in China, which started from the investigation in the field and to some the local check, and also with the special inspection. So we have the 5 steps inspection plan to since 2017. So after this step, we have strengthened our enforcement very much. And we also established the regional technical system to the heavy pollution response. So that means from the monitoring and forecasting, we have the analysis of the heavy pollution episodes, and after that we may have to depends on how important the emission, the pollution events are. So we some of the local governments could release the early warning and take some actions to respond for the heavy pollution. And we also have the tracking and evaluation of all the heavy pollution response actions. And we also developed some platforms to improve the air quality management for some big events. For example, the Beijing Olympic Games and the Winter Olympic Games just held in last year, so which improved the capability to have a better improvement of the air quality. So we can see during the winter time in Beijing last year, we can see the very blue skies. And there are very important scientific and also technical support for the air pollution control in China. For example, the MEE and other ministries also started a program which called the National Program for the Air Pollution Cause and Control. And we also set a national joint center for the air pollution control in China, which include almost 300 institutes and 3,000 research scientists. And we developed a 3-dimension monitoring network in China, from the satellite and the observation on the ground to in Jingjinji and the surrounding area, which including the general monitoring and the regional stations, and also the super sites. And we also carry out a very specific study for each city. So we called a specific solution for each city study. You can see that we carried out the source apportionment study for each city in the BTH, the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and the surrounding area, which including 2 plus 26 cities. Okay, so we'll see how which happened in China for the air quality. During the last decades, actually, since 2013, with the action plan and other actions which has been implemented in China, actually the PM 2.5 decreased a lot in China. So you can see in the map, especially in the key regions, the PM 2.5 concentration decreased a lot. And we call it the good days, the blue skies getting more and more in China. And in the BTH, the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and surrounding area, the PM 2.5 concentration decreased by more than 60% during the last decades. And also in Beijing, also more than 60%. So the PM2 concentration in Beijing decreased from the almost 90 microgram per cubic meter to 30 microgram cubic meter during the last decades, which meeting the national standards. Also, we also achieved some other benefits, including the carbon emission reduction. Some of the air pollution control measures, especially for the coal burning, the transition from coal burning to the clean energy measures, which also cut the carbon emissions at the same time. And also China have set the goal for the carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2016. So that's also another ambitious goal, and we also made efforts for that goal. And finally, actually, we achieved a win-win situation of the economic and social development, and also with the air quality improvement. Actually, during the past decades, China, especially in these key regions, the GDP also increased a lot, and the industry also increased. But during the same time, we achieved a big quality improvement during the same time. So we call it a win-win situation, and also commented by the international society for the encouraging results. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your insights. Thanks to his presentation, we could learn more about the actions for air pollution control in China. Thank you very much. All right, next we'll hear the third presentation of the session. Mr. Hiroshi Tanimoto, the head of the Global Atmospheric Chemistry section at NICE Tsukuba, Japan, will give us a presentation. The topic of his presentation is using observation to evaluate SLCF emission inventories in East Asia, the case of black carbon and its policy implications. He's with us online through Zoom. Hi.
Hi, I can hear you well. Can you hear me well?
Okay, 始めてください.
Okay, you speak Japanese, that's great. Okay, so my name is Hiroshi Tanimoto. I'm serving as a deputy director here at Assistant Division of National Institute for Environmental Studies in Japan. And also I'm leading a couple of previous projects here. And the topic today is one of the research projects that we are pushing in recent years, in particular, better understanding of black carbon emissions. And I understand the topic of this workshop is about emissions, in particular air pollutants, emissions inventory, and how we could improve air quality management. And I would like to highlight how black carbon is important, how black carbon emissions in East Asia are important, and what policy implication we can learn from our research. So this is actually the emissions inventory map of black carbon across the world, and you see red spots in East Asia as well as in South Asia. So air pollutants, including a variety of species, ozone, PM 2.5. Sorry, wait a minute, a little bit. Are also recently called as short-lived climate forces. And I think you're familiar with the term short-lived climate forces, SRCF, and this is important both air quality and climate change, in particular near-term climate. This is a couple of one of the old papers led by Drew Sindel, published in Science, highlighting how emission reduction of short-lived climate forces is important in reducing temperature in future, in particular in near future, together with decarbonizing exercise efforts. Of course, short-lived climate forces are important as air pollutants, and I believe you're familiar with many people suffering from air pollutants, in particular developing countries, and highlighting that recently WHO says more people die from air pollution than malaria and HIV. So really we're keen on the emissions of air pollutants or short-lived climate forces, as this is important for both human health and climate change. And I would like to mention here a little bit that some air pollutants have common emission sources with long-lived greenhouse gases such as CO2. So knowing more about emissions of short-lived climate forces or air pollutants are really important in climate change, like a CO2 emission reduction as well. And also, there are a lot of emission sources, including anthropogenic and natural sources, but anthropogenic emissions are really the only thing we can handle and we can try to reduce in terms of air quality management or policy making processes. So next bullet point is saying that emissions inventory is really a key component both in science and policy, and in particular, how accurately can we know in time and space? How quickly can we know emissions inventory in time? And also how we can improve that. I think this is a key point we could discuss in this workshop. And here I would like to highlight the role of observations, in particular ground-based observations, satellite observations, like Korea is succeeding in great success of launching GEM satellite. And we are doing GOSAT satellite at Nice. So satellite observations are really a key component here. So let's switch the gear a little bit to the black carbon here. So this is just a highlight from recent international activities. One is IPCC on left, a recent report published in 2 years ago, highlighting the role of short-lived climate forces in climate change. So the importance of pollutants in climate change mitigation is increasing a lot. Not only international climate change mitigation policy, but also Arctic climate is also one thing we are keen in recent years. Maybe you know, maybe not, but Arctic Council is the entity working on that, and they are also making a report on short-term climate forces assessment on So these two reports or activities are what we are keen in contributing to by bringing our recent research. I'm coming back to this point later. So again, this is a block of emissions map from Asia, from across the world, highlighting a lot of emissions from Asia on left. And you see on the right, you see like increasing emissions of black carbon now from East Asia. It's really dominant sources, say 30 to 40% of global emissions. So East Asian emissions of black carbon is really one thing you should we should tackle with. However, when we look at emissions inventory, there are actually several emissions inventory made by locally, made by, say, regionally, or made by internationally, and also made by scientists or made by practitioners. So several emissions inventory says one thing is CEDS or called SEDS, and Eclipse is made by EASA Institute. HTAP is hemispheric transport pollutants activity. EDGAR is also famous emissions inventory here. So if you look at emissions of black carbon from China, say for East Asia, like a trends from 2005 to now, this is illustrated on the left. Here, one emissions inventory says black carbon emissions from China is increasing, and one emissions is saying like it's kind of like this, and also even decreasing. And if we look at vertical axis, the spreads here is say by a factor of 2, which is really a lot. And one more thing is that one emissions inventory is increasing, another is saying decreasing, or you see here the latest emissions year is say 2014 or 15, or something like 2018. So it's not really the new, right? So we have to handle the emissions inventory, say 5 years ago. So this is because making the emissions inventory is really taking time. But on the other hand, we now know that observation data is coming so fast, like satellite data available in real time. In situ observations are coming real time. So why cannot we use these observations to improve emissions estimates? Well, this is what we did by using models. So it's a little bit too much technical details, but in short, we are making measurements in small islands, a remote island in Japan. One is Fukui Island, one is Noto Peninsula here. And we are using a geoschem global chemistry transport model and putting tag to black carbon emissions, say from North China, South China, Korea, and Japan. And by comparing with observations with model outputs, and we can do a little bit of adjustment, we can know better about emissions. One caveat here is that we know black carbon is deposited by, say, wet scavenging or rain. So we have to be careful about that. But by putting tag tracer to black carbon emissions from each country, say China, Korea, Japan, we can say that this episode is coming from China, this episode is coming from Korea, this episode is coming from Japan. So that we can correlate between, relate emissions. We can relate observations or model outputs to the emissions. So below bottom panel is the transport efficiency. So we can say that we can select the episode where when black carbon is really transported without scavenging. So this is one of the big highlight slide from our research. As I showed you before, the emissions are really spread widely, like by a factor of 2. One is saying this, one is saying this, one is saying this, and several others are saying that. And if you focus on red lines here, or red plots here, this is what we get. It's like a top-down estimate, we say, or estimates from observations and models, like that, red lines. So you can clearly notice that these red lines are, say, lower than other bottom-up emissions. And also it's decreasing. It says decreasing trends, right? And now we can extend this year, this year, this year for each year. Then our latest estimates for the year 2023 is like that. Of course, there's a lot of uncertainties in this top-down estimate, this is orange shaded area is like uncertainty. But still, we can say that our estimates of real black carbon emissions should be or seems to be like lower than the highest emissions estimate, which is used for CMIP 6 model, climate model intercomparison exercise under IPCC. So that has a lot of implications actually, because climate forecast is based on these emissions. So maybe they overestimate climate impacts from black carbon. On the other hand, I mentioned Arctic Council activity here. So this report is using the emissions inventory of this blue line, which is Eclipse. So it's kind of lower end. So these two international big projects are using different inventories. So that's also one thing we should be improving in future. So that's the also some technical details I can skip. Maybe you have handouts, you can have a look details later. So we reconcile the simulations with our model, checked it, and then this is what we get at last, saying direct radiative effects from black carbon. As I said, highest emissions imagery and lowest emissions imagery here, CETS and Eclipse. We compare this difference, how this difference impacts effects on radiative forcing. So this is like differences between, due to the differences in emissions. And well, it's not big, but a little bit of pinky area here. So impacts are not big, but widespread. But in particular, East Asia, the impact is like 0.36 watt square meters. So it's substantial. So to summarize, using ongoing and also long-term observations, recent changes in black carbon emissions from China or East Asia were analyzed. And I made a good big highlights here on China today, but we did also Japan and also Korea, and we see big discrepancy. So that's not only China, but also other countries as well. So it's really common challenges we are having for East Asia, I would say. And good news is that, say, like previous speaker mentioned, the emissions of air pollutants from China is really reduced as like a faster than we thought. So yes, this has a lot of implications in the thinking mitigation policy at a variety of levels, regionally, nationally, and internationally. And finally, I'd like to highlight enhanced observation network, like ENet or Korean network, Chinese network, Japanese network are really helpful to improve the accuracy and quickness in checking emissions inventory. So with that, I'm finishing and happy to take any questions if you have any, or now or later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your impressive speech. He showed us a lot of examples of observations and the results in East Asia, and he focused on the importance of the observation network. Thank you very much. All right, the fourth presentation of this session will be delivered by Mr. Batbayar Zadamba, the Director of the Environmental Monitoring Division at National Agency for Meteorology and Environmental Monitoring. And the topic of his presentation is air quality policy and monitoring in Mongolia. He's already here. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for your kind introduction, me, dear moderator. Today's my talk topic is air quality policy and monitoring in Mongolia. So here you can see our talk contents. Actually, you can see here some of the unique climate in Mongolia, because our population is very few, around 3 million. Air pollution focused on in Ulaanbaatar. So mainly population is living in Ulaanbaatar area. So Mongolia has the extreme continental climate with long cold winters and short summers. These annual one challenge is the seasonal amplitude of the air temperature from summer and winter time. You can see here our main pollution policy documents and national action program. We have a main goal to reduce air pollution in Ulaanbaatar 80%. The air pollution in Ulaanbaatar city will be reduced by 80% compared to the baseline level in 2016. And air pollution problems in other major cities and towns will be resolved in steps. You can see in detail here about our national program for reducing air and environmental pollution. The main goals is here. First one is ban the use of raw coal except in thermal power plants. Second, expand the electricity distribution network and substations. Goal 3, improve quality and access to public transport, reduce vehicle emissions. Fourthly, tax exemptions for products with advanced and environmentally friendly technology. Last one is fifth goal, strengthen the capacity of environmental monitoring. Also, you can see here some recent measures mentioned in this slide. You can see. So I need skip this because you can, this is mentioned in the slides. One of the important activity is our regulation on renewal of the air quality improvement zone. This in Ulaanbaatar, this regulation will be updated in every year. Also, we have some results. All domestic stoves except our national standard stoves are banned from sales in Ulaanbaatar from 2017. Second one, use of raw coal has been banned from 2019. Use the upgraded coal in air quality improvement zone of the capital city last 3 years. Also, next step is more areas. This our traditional household residents to apartments and provide low and medium income citizens with access to long-term low interest loans. Now I will mention air quality monitoring network in Mongolia because we have 21 air quality monitoring stations in the countryside level, but these are mainly manual stations. But in Ulaanbaatar, we have 22 air quality monitoring automatic stations. So we need to improve a network of air quality monitoring system at the national level and to install advanced automatic tools and equipment in local and provincial monitoring centers. you can see here some kind of our automatic air quality monitoring station. One of the main factor is air pollution source in Ulaanbaatar. Mostly biggest emission from the households. In Ulaanbaatar, we have about 200,000 houses stuck. Also about 3.2 thousand heating boilers. In Ulaanbaatar also we have 75,000 vehicles and thermal power stations. These are used raw coal in the winter time for the heating, produced for the heating energy. You can see here a little bit review for cold season in Ulaanbaatar air quality. As of 2021 to 2022, average concentration of pollutants in the air is still 1.3 times higher than the air quality standards for PM 2.5 particles. 1.2 times higher for the PM10 particles, 1.1 times higher for nitrogen dioxide, and 2 times higher for the sulfur dioxide. We have also some information service to the public about air quality index. You can see here some air pollution distribution modeling results because we are now implementing air quality monitoring and capacity building project supported by JICA International Organization. Here you can see some results for ambient air pollution times spatial distribution and air pollution emission distributions. I need to talk about our air pollution forecasting technology recently developed in Mongolia. We used, here you can see some used raw data. For this, we calculated daily dynamic for the pollutants, for these pollutants. Also, regional weather forecasting data for the work model. This is, here you can see some our warfare model operation scheme. You can see here, of course, our recent some results of the work model. Also, we can to inform to the air pollution situation to the public by these websites and some applications. For the future actions and planning, now actions required following capacity building for air quality monitoring network and facilities in national level of Mongolia. Next, capacity building for human resource. It's very important. Conducting of the new and advanced technology to the air quality field. Lastly, introducing the experience of the technological systems such as NAMIS and air carrier, so on. It is now we are implementing some project from the support Korea Ministry of Environment. In this follow this project, we like to improve our air pollution information system like NAMIS and Air Korea. and summary and future planning, improving of the intervention for the international research partnership, of course, collaboration regarding air quality research in the regional and national level. So we would like to improve our collaboration to the regional countries' scientific level, encouraging the leadership of the world and regional initiative. Here is end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Thanks to his presentation, we could learn more about the air quality policy and monitoring in Mongolia. Thank you so much. All right, our next presentation of the session will be delivered by Senior Deputy Director Taegon Song from the Air Quality Policy Division, Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea. And he will give us a presentation on atmospheric environment policy direction. Please give him a big hand.
네. 반갑습니다.
I'm very glad to meet you. I am working for the Ministry of Environment, and I'm a senior deputy director at the ministry. Because I'm not really good at speaking English, please be understanding of my Korean speaking. This is the order of my presentation. I'm going to show you the policy outcomes and the current status of air pollution and the policy promotion environment and the policy direction and expected effects. So this is the table of contents of my presentation. This is the achievements we have made so far. As you see on the slide, in 2015, the annual PM 2.5 concentration was 26 microgram per cubic meter, but in 2022, it was dropped to 17 microgram per cubic meter. So in a short span of 7 years, we have improved the air quality in terms of a PM 2.5 concentration. And also, in May 2020, we have deployed about 500,000 zero-emission vehicles. And also, we have old diesel vehicles. So these old cars are under the Euro 3. So these old diesel vehicles were reduced. In 2019, it was about 1.8 million, but now it stands at 600,000 as of May 2023. In order to drive the net zero vehicles easily, zero emission vehicles easily, we have established a charging infrastructure. And also we are expanding the adoption of hydrogen chargers. Currently, 244 hydrogen chargers across the country. This is the current status and outlook of pollutants. So you can see the charts and changing trends of major air pollutants. PM 2.5, fine dust, and nitrogen dioxide. And these three types of pollutants are decreasing. However, the ozone is increasing. So we are running the air quality standards just like other countries. When you look at the compliance rate with the standards, we are improving the compliance rates. But when it comes to PM 2.5 and ozone, they are colored in red right now, so they fall short of meeting the environmental standards right now. This shows the emissions per pollutant So the pollutant that has a higher percentage is in red. So PM 2.5 and the sulfur oxide and the volatile organic compounds and ammonia. So these are generated from many different sources. So ammonia is from agriculture. This shows the changing trends of air pollutant emissions. So PM 2.5 and nitrogen oxide are decreasing. However, volatile organic compounds and ammonia need more control. Now let's look at the policy promotion background. This is the domestic conditions. So we need to focus our efforts on PM 2.5 and ozone management. Even though PM 2.5 concentration has been improved, but still it failed to meet the environmental standards. And also it falls way behind in terms of WHO guidelines. In particular, we are seeing increasing climate change, and there's changes in weather and climate. So depending on the situation, high concentration of PM 2.5 can occur at any time. This year too, we saw higher concentration levels of PM 2.5 from December to March. So during the winter and winter and springtime, we see a higher level of PM 2.5. So we are taking seasonal measures. So from December last year to March this year, from last year, December to January, we have seen great improvement. However, in February and March this year, unexpectedly, we had high temperature and air stagnation that has led to higher concentration of PM 2.5. So at any time, high concentration of PM 2.5 can happen. When it comes to ozone concentration, we need to reduce the nitrogen oxide and the volatile organic compounds. So during summer and March time, we need to control these gases. And this is our policy environment. In 2021, the Korean government announced 23 NDC. So compared to 2018 level, the Korean government aims to reduce the emissions by 40% by 2030. And in the transport sector, the government aims to reduce emissions 38%. To achieve this, 4.5 million net zero vehicles will be deployed by 2030. So in order to achieve this, the Korean government needs to promote and implement specific policy measures. This is the external conditions. As was mentioned in previous presentations, in China, there was a great improvement. The air quality has improved a lot in China. Nevertheless, due to the industrial activities, China has impacts on Korea's air quality and vice versa. In the long run, China said it will achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. So if they achieve this, the China's impact on Korea's air quality will be reduced dramatically. In EU and in the United States, they have strong measures to roll out environment-friendly, eco-friendly vehicles. So in tandem with this trend, global car manufacturers are planning to manufacture and sell net zero vehicles. Now, let me talk about Korean government's policy directions. In December 2022, we announced the third comprehensive plan on air quality improvement. It was legally binding a plan, so I would like to explain to you the main contents of the comprehensive plan. Vision and goals are stated on the slide. So by 2032, PM 2.5 will be reduced to 12 microgram per cubic meter, and the ozones will be reduced as well. So main goal is to achieve a 50% achievement rate of the national 1-hour standard for ozone. And in order to achieve this, we have many core strategies. First, we will establish a health-oriented management system for public health. Second, we will introduce emission management system, and we will also conduct hazard assessment, and we will build the certain pollutant management system. And in order to minimize high concentration PM 2.5, we will extend the seasonal management period. So we are considering that right now. And also, the 36-year advance announcement period, that kind of system will be further expanded to more areas. And all the diesel vehicles will be retired. Currently, during the seasonal management period, all the diesel cars are banned from being operated, and that area will be further expanded beyond the Seoul metropolitan area. During the high concentration ozone occurrence, we are going to further maintain the source materials that produce that. And also, we will increase the scientific measurement accuracy. This is the control of emissions at business sites or workplaces. So we are controlling business sites, and for those sites with higher emissions, they are under the integrated control system. And also, in terms of regions with higher emissions, we apply total emission system. But all these systems are separately managed in a fragmented manner, so we need to link all these systems for efficiency. And the total emission allowance system will further reduce the allowed emissions level by 50%. And also, we will provide incentives to companies for trading emission permits. We measure the amount of air pollutants, but in order to further control small business sites, because they need the equipment, measurement equipment that's very costly. But for small and medium enterprises, we will check whether they are operating the purification equipment or not. So through sensors or remote tools, we are going to supervise the small and medium enterprises. So we are going to adopt Internet of Things for that. And also, we will further deploy the use of drones. So volatile organic compounds need to be well managed as well, and they are fugitive dust. So we need to enhance volatile organic compounds and HAPs management at business sites. And we are preparing to adopt fence line monitoring system. This is the transport area. As I mentioned earlier, 4.5 million net zero emission vehicles will be supplied, and the public organizations or sites will be able to rent them. And also, the car manufacturers will be required to manufacture a certain portion of their vehicles to be zero emission vehicles. And we are going to expand the facilities that are subject to these restrictions. And we have very strong hydrogen car measures. But when you produce hydrogen or when you make hydrogen, you can create greenhouse gases. So we are trying to adopt a manufacturing process for hydrogen that do not generate greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of internal combustion engine cars, we will encourage early retirement. So we will expand the scope of cars to be subjected to this system, and we will further expand this system to wider areas. And the cars' exhaust and emission systems will be in line with global standards. And also other invisible and hidden areas of cars that can create air pollution can be further controlled. So agricultural equipment, vessels, ships, and aircrafts, we will increase the standards for them. That way, we can encourage them to be emission-free. So step by step, we are going to introduce these control measures. Fourth, policies about our residential areas, laundromats, restaurants. They are in our daily lives, and they will be under emission control as well. So restaurants, they will have to be equipped with certain equipment to control emissions. And for residential facilities, certain control will be applied, and also certain pumps will be applied, and it will be established. And in the agriculture sector, we will promote recycling of materials, and by managing fertilizers and nutrients, we will try to minimize the emissions of ammonia from the agriculture sector. Lastly, we are trying to best utilize the environmental satellites, especially those satellites in East Asia. And we are currently operating Pandora Network in that regard. And we will promote high-level or cabinet-level cooperation among Korea, Japan, and China. And such cooperation will continue. As was discussed in previous presentations, the greenhouse gas emission measures and air pollutant reduction measures should be linked together. That way we can create best synergistic effects. To that end, we will improve our policies. Lastly, let me talk about the expected effects. If all these systems and policies go smoothly as scheduled, we will expect that the emissions will reduce by 68%. So by 2032, the PM 2.5 concentration will be reduced to 12 micrograms per cubic meters. With this, we are trying to achieve our NDC. Thank you very much for listening.
Speech, he summarized the policy of the Republic of Korea and the background and the strategies as well. Thank you so much. All right, now we'll conclude the first session of today's symposium, and now we're going to take a short coffee break for like 20 minutes. We're going to begin the second session of the symposium at 11:20, and now it's 10:57, so we have like 22 or 23 minutes. And we have prepared some refreshments and beverages at the lobby. Please enjoy it, and we'll be see you here at 11:20. And as I told you, you can also participate in the satisfaction survey by scanning the QR code on your mobile phone. Please participate actively, and we're going to give you gift certificates by lucky draw. Please, I will look forward to your active participation. All right, we'll see you here at 11:20. Thank you. Hello, everybody. How did you find the coffee break? Did you enjoy? Great, thank you. Now we'll proceed with the second session of the 2023 Symposium on Air Pollutant Emissions Inventory and Air Quality Management. The session focuses on the core aspect of emissions information management, the emission inventory, and under the theme of development and management of an air pollutant emissions inventory. All right, first we're going to invite Mr. Yu Char, the director of NAir. He will give us a presentation on assessment framework for national air pollutant emissions inventory in Korea. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yu Char, Director of National Air Emission Inventory and Research Center. First of all, I'm very honored to be in front of you, the experts from home and abroad, and it's a great privilege for me to make a presentation. NAIR, the center that I'm working for, estimates emissions every year and announces them. And also we provide analysis report so that they can be reflected in policy making. Today, I'm going to talk about NAIR, its tasks and affairs, and also I'm going to talk about our policies and projects. Even though this is just a short time for this symposium, if you share your insights and idea, it will be reflected in better management of our center. The order of my presentation is as follows. NAIR is a newly launched organization which was launched in December 2019. And we have the policy support team, and also we have a team that is providing modeling and analyzing. So that team is the emissions research team. A total of 55 people are working for this organization. 75% of them are experts. They have expertise in their own field. Let me now talk about the functions of the NAIR. It is a snapshot summary presented on the slide. We collect the basic data, and based on the basic data, we estimate emissions and verified emissions and provide analysis. And based on the analysis, we apply them to the air quality model, and we also evaluate the effects of the relevant policies. As you see here, at the end of the stage, all the analysis of all these projects and steps are disclosed to the public in a transparent manner. Let me now talk about the emission calculation system. We have a total of 9 types of air pollutants that we calculate emissions for, including PM 2.5, the oxide, sulfur oxide, and nitrogen oxide. So there are 13 major categories, and specifically, we have 624 emission sources, and we calculate and announce the emissions based on those emission sources. And due to the time constraint, I cannot give you real details. Just to summarize, so when we calculate the emissions, we calculate emissions from chimneys, and we apply real-time emissions like TMS, or we apply a bottom-up method that calculates based on the activity level directly surveyed by each business site. Mobile pollution sources and the surface area pollution sources include the number of car registrations by region, mileage, and ship fuel usage, construction start areas. So we apply this method. Air pollutant emissions are largely calculated by applying emission factors to activity data. Our center collects a wide range of basic data. There are about 500 related organizations, and we collect 300 types of basic data from these organizations. As was mentioned earlier, regarding the emission factors to be applied to the activity data described in the previous chapter, currently, most of them, except for automobile emission factors, we use the EPA coefficients or EEA coefficients from the EU. So we actively utilize these coefficients to calculate emissions. In recent years, among the coefficients developed overseas, it is necessary to reflect the domestic emission situation. So we are trying to develop our own emission factors or coefficients. So by investing an annual budget of about 10 billion won, we are actively working to develop our own factor or coefficient. This slide shows the emissions calculation from 2016 to 2020. Every year, research on improvement of emission calculation methods is promoted. In particular, in 2020, a total of 17 improvements were made. So this resulted in differences in the way emissions were calculated by year. In 2020, as you see in the blue box, the emissions dramatically decreased. So this drastic change could create some errors in analyzing trends. So we expanded the improved emission calculation method to the past as well. So when we conducted a trend analysis from the past 2016 to 2020, we can see that most of the pollutants are decreasing in a consistent manner. So we always reflect the calculation methods, and we will continue to do so in the future as well. So far, I've talked about the process of calculating air pollutant emissions. Now, I'd like to talk about how we can support our air quality management policy based on emissions. Our center predicts the effectiveness of air quality management mitigation measures and evaluates the implementation results, and we also make a report of that. The quantitative evaluation method is used, and the method is divided into two main stages. For the first stage, we estimate the amount of emission reduction according to the implementation of relevant measures. Second, we conduct an analysis of the concentration reduction effect according to the emission reduction measures. We have an air quality modeling system. We use EPA's CMAC and Environ's KBEX. They are used for our modeling. So we apply our emission data to these models. But we actually improved these models before we apply our data. And this improved model is called NEAS. This NEAS system It's very effective to analyze the policy facts, and also it is effective to analyze the causes of a high concentration and for emission verification. As was mentioned earlier, let me now talk about Korea's fine dust reduction measures. Depending on the intensity and duration of the measures, there are three types of measures. The greater the intensity, the shorter the measured period. And the lower the intensity, the longer the implementation period gets. I will show you one of the measures as an example. This is highlighted in blue line. It is a seasonal management measure. We have a seasonal management system because we have a certain season where we have high concentration of PM 2.5. This is about 4-month period from December of the previous year to the March of the current year. So during this period, we are applying the seasonal management system. So before the seasonal management system, you can see the PM concentration level in red graph. So we conducted 3 rounds of seasonal management system, and you can see the impact or effectiveness of this system. And you can also see the changes in the dates when high concentrations occur. You can break it down into regions as shown in the picture on the screen. There is an area with a dark blue. This shows the large amount of emissions. So in this area, we apply a variety of measures for stronger control. So centering on the areas where large emitters, we apply our control measures, and we can see the effects are really high in these areas. So the center of the air quality management should be beyond these areas where we already put our efforts in. We also need to specify our efforts to control invisible areas or blind spot areas. Lastly, NAIR is working and very hard, and it is providing policy support. So in the future, how NAIR will work and in what way we are going to conduct research. So we are contemplating a lot about this. Let me share our plans. Currently, the center's emission calculation and analysis system has many things to improve. So there's a uncertainty of emissions, and there's also failure to consider impact on public health. To solve these problems, we want to come up with improvements in 3 directions. First, we will promote continuous research on improving accuracy of emission estimates. That is our first goal. So it is included in our future research plan. Second, the ultimate goal of the air quality management is to safeguard the public's health. So we want to establish a policy evaluation system that takes into account the human risks of emissions. So BANMAP or HAPS, something like that. We want to create a policy evaluation system. Third, we plan to induce and mobilize the infrastructure and resources from local governments. So central government and the local government will work together. So we aim to achieve that. In order to achieve many different goals, we are making concerted efforts in order to overcome the problems in transport sector. We are going to apply or improve the current cap system. And also, we are going to expand SAM system. That way, we can more accurately estimate emissions. As was frequently mentioned earlier, the observations and satellite data will be utilized to verify our estimation. So we will conduct in-depth research on that. We will establish an evaluation system to evaluate the impact of emissions on public health. And if we can have the proper system like that, we'll be able to see and analyze the impact of our measures. So all this data we collect will be disclosed to the public, and our analysis results will be announced to the public as well. That way we can convince the public about the efforts to control emissions. So many people say this. The air pollutant emissions, just like living organisms, we need to continuously make efforts to make improvement. And emission estimates must be further enhanced to meet the growing needs of users. I would like to ask you to join in our efforts, and thank you for listening.
Very much for your presentation. He explained the details of the air quality assessment framework of Korea and told us about the future plans as well. Thank you. All right, next we're going to invite Mr. Rich Mason, the lead physical scientist of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and he will share the U.S. EPA's national emissions inventory. He's with us online. All right, Mr. Mason, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Okay. Floor is yours.
It's evening here.
Okay, please.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
You're trying to share your slides?
There we go. Yes.
Oh, yes, we can see the slides. Thank you.
See them now? Okay. All right. Well, good morning. I am Rich Mason. I am with the US EPA Emissions Inventory Analysis Group, and I'm going to give a presentation on the US EPA's National Emissions Inventory. A little delay here with the slides. Okay. This morning, I'm going to get through an introduction on what the NEI is, the uses and development principles, the legal basis behind it, the overall timeline for development of a complete NEI, and the emissions inventory system that is used to generate and store the emissions that go into the NEI. And I'll walk through the three primary NEI data categories: point sources, non-point sources, and mobile sources. And included in my presentation is some background materials I will not discuss today, but it points to all of the different data products that we put out for each NEI cycle: the forward-facing website, the NEI trends, the NEI report, and online data retrieval tool that we've just completed for the 2020 NEI. So the National Emissions Inventory consists of all detailed criteria, air pollutants or CAPs, and hazardous air pollutants or HAPs. It consists of all sources, be they point sources or stationary sources, your smaller non-point sources, or commonly called area sources. These would include sources like biogenics and wildland fires, and also your mobile sources, on-road mobile and non-road mobile equipment. We generate a full NEI every 3 years. So we've just completed the 2020 NEI. We published that back in March, and we're working on 2023 development now. Our point inventory for large sources is developed on an annual basis, however. So the EPA regulatory analyses and air quality modeling and ozone and PM non-attainment designations for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards are the primary functions of the NEI. Air toxics analyses, now moving towards air tox screen, is what is also a product of the NEI. Trends reports, analyses, reports for international agreements, such as the United Nations programs, long-range transport, and various programs between different countries. The NEI is a building block for that as well. And there's a lot of interest from public, including universities and research. There are 5 primary goals for the NEI. It needs to be complete, needs to contain all sources in the atmosphere, be they regulated or unregulated. It needs to encompass all counties, including the territories of Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. It needs to represent the year of the inventory, using the best available information and methods. And in that sense, we document that, make it transparent. We include the equations, where did the emissions estimates come from emission factors, the activity data, and the methods. And it also needs to be timely. And that's a bit of a conflicting goal there. You can be timely, but not have the best available information. So we're always trying to balance that. And it looks like it's backed up on me here by accident. The legal basis for the NEI is the Clean Air Act, and that authorizes the EPA administrator to collect data as needed for the ozone and PM and associated NAAQS programs. The criteria air pollutants listed here: carbon monoxide, SOx, NOx, VOC, PM, ammonia, and lead. And then states could also report emissions on a local basis, on a voluntary basis, excuse me. So NEI, the complete NEI is a 3-year process. And states have 1 year after the emissions year ends. And so as we're working towards 2023 NEI development at this time, we've just released an NEI plan that the states and locals agencies have had reviewed. They will then gather that data next year, working with industry for the large point sources. They will submit that data in the end of 2024 through the beginning of 2025. In 2025, we'll compile that data, quality assured, and start compiling the NEI, which will have a complete public release with all the associated data products and website updates in March of 2026. The emissions inventory system is, and this is a gateway snapshot here of how the states, locals, reporting agencies, they submit data here, we submit data to the emission inventory system. They can access, they can view their emissions, they can view all public compilations that we do where we blend the data together. They can run reports, quality assurance, they can compare it to previous year's emissions and get feedback reports as far as and figure out their status of their completeness. As we move on to talking about the different data categories now, the point sources primarily is a work with industry submitting facility coordinates, release parameters, kind of information, as well as emissions to the state, local, tribal agencies. The state and local authorities then submit that those emissions data to the emissions inventory system where it's quality assured. The completeness of that is merged in with our toxics release inventory for HAPS as well. And ultimately, we at EPA blend all of this data in, we rank it, and we provide what we think is the best combination of facility, state, and EPA data into a complete NEI product. The point inventory, and this is for 2020, consisted of about 66,000 stationary source facilities and 20,000 airports and rail yards. As you go from facility level, which is very broad, includes multiple units, and then processes, which tells you what type of fuel was burned, What type of engine or boiler is it? Is there controls on it? And then it gets down to the individual stacks, release points, be it a vertical stack or a fugitive, and all of those parameters are blended together into a point source inventory. There we go, a little delay there. The basic equation for estimating point sources for the large facilities, the mandatory reporters that have permits, they have what's called continuous emissions monitoring or SEMS data. There's also source test data that is specific to those facilities in many cases. The general equation this applies across the NEI is emissions equals emission factor times activity times controls, or total control efficiencies. Many cases, these emission factors are site specific or facility specific. A lot of them are based on an industry average if they're lacking this SEMS data or source test data. And EPA has a compilation of emission factors that are available in the web link there, the WebFire web link. There's also a mass balance as kind of a last resort for computing point sources where you know an amount of product that is made and they determine emissions from that. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but the emissions for point sources are pretty complicated. You start at a very high level, the facility level, and then you get codes down to unit level, process, release point, and then control and pollutant. And that information, be it EPA, toxics release inventory, or from the facilities themselves, has to get blended on basically at a facility level or sometimes down to the process level to determine uniqueness and complete coverage across the entire country. States can also release their own parameters that kind of blend with our attributes as well. Now, the non-points data category are sources that are too small to be point, essentially, but they're not mobile sources as well. So they're very pervasive and they add up. Good examples of these for VOCs, volatile organic chemical compounds, would be paint thinners, solvents, industrial coatings. For your particulate matter sources, residential wood combustion, those wood stoves and fireplaces are one of the biggest sources for PM, and probably for y'all as well, the winter PM especially. The difficulties with the non-point data category is there's just so many different sources there. It's not well captured by the state local agencies. It varies tremendously across state to state, county to county, as far as what's important or what is even present in their inventories. And so there's no one method for all of these different categories. So calculating uncertainties, and there's really not a good answer for a lot of these categories. So what we did to kind of help with that with the states is, rather than the states and locals working on 40 different categories, is we developed a centralized tool called the wagon wheel. We provided centralized computations, methodologies, equations, and shared inputs for many different categories that we let the states then use and adapt as needed. There's a separate oil and gas tool, which is very new. It's really only 10, 15 years old at this point. It's a pretty new source, but it's become a very common source, very pervasive source. And there's many other smaller sources like agricultural fertilizer production application, big source of ammonia as well. We also have a non-point survey, which until now has been optional, but it will be mandatory as we're changing our rules to make that a mandatory, where the states have to tell us actively whether or not to allow EPA data to basically gap fill what they don't submit. And then states can also submit HAPs or all the PM components, or they can allow EPA to do that as well. Equations is fairly simple. An example here for livestock waste would be the number of animals times the amount of ammonia per kilogram per animal per year to get your emissions for livestock waste. There's also mathematical models, more complicated. It blends meteorology with nitrogen loading to calculate fertilizer, agricultural fertilizer application. And then we have some in-store tools like wagon wheel and oil and gas. We have a complete technical support document for the 2020 NEI. It's the most recent NEI we published. It has 37 different sections, but it's broken out basically into contents and then a methodology for each of these different categories. And then real quick, the wagon wheel itself, as I mentioned, it covers dozens of different categories that the states no longer have to use Excel worksheets or access tables. We put it all in one program, and we have default data. The states can then update that default data or just use our estimates as is each cycle. Now, mobile sources, on-road and non-road, come from the MOVES model. The MOVES 3, it's actually, MOVES 4 has just been released, so we'll be using that in the next cycle. For MOVES on-road model, it captures things like vehicles, miles traveled, vehicle populations, the fleet characteristics, speed distribution profiles, inspection maintenance programs, local controls, things like that. Non-road emissions aren't computed as sophisticated. It's more of just an equipment count by different non-road category, and then monthly allocation factors for that, but it's also processed through the MOVES model. And the MOVES model actually is, the way it gets into the NEI is a little more complicated. You have these emission factors from MOVES, and then we also combine meteorology data. We run that through an emissions preprocessor called SMOKE, and then there's scripts and tools, then take that, grid it out into speciated hourly small grid cell emissions, then that is aggregated up to a county level for the NEI reporting. And then the gridded emissions themselves are fed directly into the air quality models and the emissions processors. So there are a few other categories in the last couple slides here that are for mobile sources that are not in the MOVES model, and those are, one of those three is commercial marine vessels. And for those, we have pretty good temporal resolution. It's 5-minute interval data from the US Coast Guard and covers all category 1, 2, and the larger ocean-going vessel category 3 ships. It includes detailed trip and vessel characteristics, whether it's main engine, auxiliary engines, type of fuel, and it also primarily captures criteria air pollutants, and then the toxics are then computed as ratios off of those caps. And that's a common theme for most mobile sources outside of the MOVES sources. Aircraft is its own model. It's the aviation environmental design tool. It's replaced what was called EDMS before. And the primary input there is this landing and takeoff data for every airport across the country. And then the last substance slide I have here is locomotives and rail yards, which if the states don't report these in their point inventory, they can report some rail yards. Our work with the Office of Transportation and Air Quality computes rail yard emissions as an emission factor, activity data, whether they be switchers, what type of fuel they're burning. Then you also have class 1, 2, and 3 and commuter train estimates as well for rail line emissions. And those are essentially built by looking at rail link miles as well as average gallons fuel consumed per link mile across each rail yard, each rail line. And then similar to commercial marine vessels and airports, they compute caps, and then we compute these HAP emissions based on whatever was computed for VOC or PM10 in this case for rail yards. And that is essentially the end of my most of the content here. The acknowledgements I just want to mention here are people primarily on the non-point team. The non-point inventory that we build is probably 80% of the work that goes into this, because the states and the locals and the facilities can build a lot of the point inventory stuff, and the mobile model MOVES does compute a lot of the on-road and non-road sources. So what's left over is a big chunk of the inventory called non-point, which is so many different categories, and it takes a lot of people to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you. Thanks to his presentation, we could learn more about the US EPA and National Emission Inventory, and he pointed out the legal aspect as well. Thank you so much. All right, now We're moving on to the next presentation. We're going to invite Chief Senior Researcher Satoru Chatani from the National Institute for Environmental Studies, Japan. He will give us a presentation on the development and management of air pollutant inventory in Japan. He's already here. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So my name is Satoru Chatani from National Institute for Environmental Studies in Japan. So we are working on the emission inventories and also air quality simulation. So today I'd like to talk about our emissions, not only in our institute, but also in Japan. So thank you for this opportunity to introduce our activities in this very nice workshop. So today, I'd like to talk about, at first, I'd like to introduce the air quality status in Japan. And secondly, I'd like to talk about emission inventories developed by MOEJ. This is a Ministry of Environment in Japan. And also, third one is research-oriented emission inventories. So first of all, I'd like to talk about air quality status in Japan. So these figures indicate the trend of SPM. SPM corresponds to the PM7 and also PM2.5 concentration. So you can see the decreasing trend of SPM concentration and also PM2.5 concentration. So actually we started the monitoring of PM2.5 after implemented the air quality standard for PM2.5. And also we measured these concentration at general ambient stations and also roadside stations. So we can see very continuous decreasing trend, and also we can see the differences between the general ambient station and the roadside station is becoming very small. That means the contributions of vehicles has been reduced for past years, and also concentration at these are very small. And yes, and also attainment rate of PM2.5 standards. In Japan, the standard is 15 microgram for annual concentration and 35 for daily concentration. So in 2021, so attainment rate of PM2.5 reached 100%. So all of the monitoring stations satisfies the monitoring air quality standard for PM2.5. But how about ozone? So actually in Japan, so we use photochemical oxidant, but very close to the ozone concentration. So these figures indicate the trend of photochemical oxidant concentrations, but in terms of the daytime maximum oxidant concentration, so we can see some increase or stagnant trend of this for this pollutant concentration. So we cannot reduce the ozone concentration right now. And the air quality standard for oxidant is currently 0.06 ppm for hourly values, but attainment rate of this standards has been almost 0%. That means almost all stations cannot attain the oxidant standard. So this is a very opposite situation for ozone and also PM2.5. But how about the trend of precursors? So you know that for ozone, so precursors like NOx and VOCs are very important. So if we look at the trend of NOx and VOC concentrations in Japan, so we can see these are NO2 and NO. We can see the decreasing trend. And also this is a non-methane hydrocarbons like VOC. Also we can see the decreasing trend. So that means, so this concentration of these precursors has been reduced due to various emission controls implemented in Japan, but now ozone is increasing. So we have to clarify why ozone concentration is not decreased, while precursors concentrations has been successfully decreased due to the emission controls. This is kind of very important scientific questions in Japan. So now I'd like to introduce the emission inventories developed by our government. So we MOEJ has mainly two important emission inventories. So first one is the emission inventory of ambient pollutant, including PM2.5. We call usually PM2.5 emission inventories, but not only PM2.5, that includes all of the precursors emissions. So this emission inventory has been used in various emission policy making processes. And in addition to this emission inventories, we have specific VOC emission inventories. So the very detailed emission inventory for fugitive VOC emission sources. And this information is shared with these emission inventories, and also, so for the national greenhouse gas inventories, they have to report the emissions of precursors, including NOx and CO and VOC and SOx. So information of VOC emissions is shared with these emission inventories. And not only these emission inventories developed by government, so many researchers are working on the emission inventories. So they try to input the scientific information, and also we want to improve the existing emission inventories. So at first, I'd like to talk about the PM2.5 emission inventories in Japan. So MOEJ committee started developing PM2.5 emission inventories in 2013. So this is after the implementation of air quality standards for PM2.5. So target pollutants including PM2.5, SPM, and precursors like including NOx and SOx and VOC, CO, and ammonia. And not only the total amount of these species emissions, they have no-methane VOC and PM2.5 speciation profiles. So we know the composition of VOC and PM emissions. So right now we have emissions has been estimated for 2012, 15, and 18. And not only the total amount of emissions, they have a gridded database. Resolution is 1 by 1 kilometers. This can be used for the air quality simulations. So to investigate the impact of emission to the ambient concentration. So these are estimated emission for PM2.5 emission inventories. So we have data for 12, 15, and 18. So we can see the decrease of these pollutant and also precursors emissions. So PM2.5, VOC, SOx, NOx, and CO. So has been decreased due to the emission controls implemented in these various emission sectors. But we don't have any specific emission controls for ammonia. So right now, the ammonia concentration is kind of stable. And next one, I'd like to introduce VOC emission inventory. So we have a specific emission inventory for VOC because MOEJ introduced the best mix of regulation and voluntary action to effectively reduce VOC emission in 2004. So this is older than the emission PM2.5 emission inventory. So the voluntary actions aim to reduce fugitive VOC emissions by 30% from 2000. This is a kind of unique methodology to reduce VOC emissions in Japan. And VOC emission inventory has been developed since 2006 to check the progresses of regulation and also voluntary actions. So in this emission inventories, target emission sources are fugitive, only fugitive VOC emission sources, including solvent use and fuel evaporation. So this is the estimated emissions in this VOC emission inventories. So you can see that from 2000 and 2021, we can see the decreasing trend of VOC emissions. Then most of important emission sources are paint application and also fuel evaporation, chemical product, printing inks. So these kind of solvent use emissions are very important, and each of them, so we can see some decreasing trend. So that means in these emission sectors, various activities and also effort to reduce VOC emission controls has been implemented. So finally, I'd like to talk about introduce one of the research-oriented emission inventories. Actually, in our institute, we'd like to, we are now working on the emission inventories to improve the existing emission inventories, including PM2.5 emission inventory developed by MOEJ. So in this emission inventories, so we are trying to develop the long-term emission inventories. So currently we have only 3 years, but in this emission inventories, we would like to develop the long-term emission inventories. So estimate emissions from 2000 to 2019, and also we'd like to explicitly represent impact of emission controls and variations in activities on emission trend. So in this emission, we focus on 3 major anthropogenic sources, like vehicles, large point sources, and also fugitive VOC emission sources. So these are estimated emissions. So for NOx, VOC, CO, SOx, ammonia, and PM2.5. As I mentioned before, for PM2.5 emission inventories, we can see the decreasing trend of these emissions of these precursors. So this is due to the implementation of emission controls and also something effort. And also in case of VOC, not only the anthropogenic sources, so green part represent biogenic emission. So you can see that currently, so biogenic VOC impact is very important to consider the VOC, total VOC emission in Japan. And we want to know what kind of factors affected the decreasing trends. So for example, for vehicles and the VOC, these are kind of each of the end of pipe emission regulations for vehicles. So we can see the existing regulation for vehicles, they have reduced the emission like this NOx and VOC emission effectively. So previous regulation is very effectively reduce NOx and VOC emissions from vehicles. And for this is NOx from combustion sources and the VOC for fugitive VOC emissions. So in this case, not only the emission controls, also activities like fuel consumption and also product amount also reduce. That kind of reduction also contributed to the reduction trend. So this is a summary. So currently, not only PM 2.5, ozone is a remaining issue for the air quality in Japan. Then MOEJ is developing the emission inventories, and VOC emission has been decreased by the regulation and the voluntary actions. And not only the emission inventory developed by government, so many researchers is working on emission to reduce uncertainty and also improve the accuracy of emission inventory. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your impressive speech. He explained the air quality status and emission inventory in Japan, and he also gave us a message that a long-term emission inventory is important. Thank you very much. All right, the fourth presentation of the session will be delivered by the Professor Wang Xuxiao of Tsinghua University. And he will give us a presentation on the introduction to the development of emission inventories in China. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good morning. I'm very happy to join today's symposium and to introduce the development of emission inventory for China. And as you know that in 2013 we had this serious haze in China. So the Ministry of Environmental Protection of China has released non-technical guidelines for the emission inventory estimation method. So this covers the four major criteria pollutants, ammonia, VOC, PM10, PM2.5, and also the major source categories, including on-road, non-road vehicles, biomass burning, and fugitive dust, and household coal combustion. So this is for the national technical guidelines, but for the city level, we also develop a manual to support the demonstration projects on the emission inventory development. So this started from 14 cities. And the national emission inventory is not, we cannot say there's an official national emission inventory for China, but there are a lot of efforts have been made to get the emission statistics. For example, there's the China statistics on the environment, which provides the provincial emissions for every year. And there's the emission permit system, which covers all the stationary sources. And also in 2007 and 2017, we had two national sensors on the pollution sources. So these provide a very important database for to identify the case sources. And in addition to that, there are a lot of research conducted on the emission inventory in China. So here I show some examples of the national emission database, including the MAKE and the EI developed by Tsinghua University, and also the PKU EI and the CEAD emission inventory for carbon dioxide. So these two are for the global level, but including more detailed data for China. And for the key regions, like Jing-Jin-Ji region, Pure Delta, and the Yangtze River Delta, we have much higher resolution emission inventory database available. And here I don't have time to introduce all the database, but for the Abacus emission inventory, which is a bottom-up emission inventory for both air pollutant and carbon dioxide. is developed on the basis of big data for facility level of point sources and the real-time land sources for the key cities and the higher resolution area sources. So this covers not only the criteria species, but also like ISVCs, ammonia, chlorine species, mercury, and so on. And so this can support some of the decision making at different levels, national level, regional level, and city level, up to 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. So for the point source, actually the data are from different sources, from the national statistics, the industrial association, and as I mentioned, the emission permit system, and include both the activity levels and the air pollution control devices used in each point source, and how the emission change over time, and where is the source located. So these data are covered for the K industries. And in terms of the emission estimation method, as you have been hearing, that you can use either emission factor or the mass balance method. But giving the power plant as an example, if you use the average emission factor, you probably get large bias for each power plant. So they considered the coal quality and used in each power plant, and considering the coal consumption consumed in each power plant to calculate the air pollutant emissions. And you see that there are quite big difference between the two different methods. So that makes people to think about, when we try to identify high emitters, we better consider the detailed information from each point source. So here I show that, for example, if you want to identify the high carbon dioxide emitters, that coal-fired power plant definitely is among them. But for the biomass and the municipal waste-fired boilers, those are low carbon emissions, but are emitting large amount of criteria air pollutants. So that's basically for the total emissions. And what's the temporal changes? Currently, a lot of point sources in China have installed we call the continuous emission monitoring system, SEAMS. So these data can be used to develop hourly facility level emission estimates for those industries, including cement plant, iron and steel plant, power plants. So these data provide us very useful reference for the temporal profile of air pollutant emissions. And in terms of mobile sources, it's more complicated. So we need to know how the emission factor change with the vehicle types, with the road status. If there's traffic jam, the emissions are different, right? So the emission factor model is developed using the in-lab and on-road emission tests of thousands of vehicles. And this data actually shows that for different types of standard vehicles, that the emission factors are quite different. And the temporal change and the spatial change of the vehicle emissions, we need to consider about the high resolution vehicle flows, how much vehicles on road, and this is the key information. So giving Chengdu city as an example, we have over 4,000 traffic flow monitoring sites. And using that size, I will use the random forest model to forecast the dynamic traffic simulations. And then this can be used combined with the emission factor models to get the high resolution dynamic vehicle emissions at hourly basis. And there are also like other non-road sources, right? Like aviations and shaping. And for the emissions from these sources, it's better to use the real-world trajectory data. For example, for the aviations, that we can use the ADS-B data, which enable the fine-grained characterization of different time, different location, and different height of the emissions. So this is not only for China, it can be applied to the whole world. And compared to the traditional, we call the great circle method, you can see that there's very different emissions. And for shaping, it's similar to the aviation that we developed this global marine trade emission modeling system, which traces back the emissions of the international marine transport based on the different trajectories among different countries. And also, we not only want to know the total emissions, we need to know what's the K species, especially for VOC and for the particles. So here I just show two examples that for the Chinese source profiles of VOC and a database developed by the Chinese Academy of Science for the PM2.5. But these data actually still has very high uncertainty. And also there's new method, which we call the full volatility organic emission method, which can cover not only particle phase and the gas phase. For those with low volatility levels, you can also cover it. So this method, we found that there's like over 4 million tons of IVOC missed from our previous emission inventory. So this is actually not only important for China, but also for other countries. So there are some new methods and there's some database existing, but we must realize that there's large uncertainties exist in the current emission inventories, especially for VOC emissions for the different species, as I mentioned, the IVOC. And also for the different database, we see that there are large differences. So which one is correct, which one is better, it's hard to tell. So we need to conduct intercomparison and the evaluation of different emission inventories using both observation data, modeling data, and satellite data. And also, I agree with Dr. Chaitani that it's very important to build up consistent long-term emission inventories. So this shows an example how this long-term emission inventory can support the decision makers to know what's the key drivers of air pollutant changes and the carbon dioxide emission changes. So with that, I want to say that the current emission inventory actually is a little bit not timely. It's still like 2001, 2020, 2021. So we need timely updated emission inventory for the decision making for every year's control measures and for the seasonal control of heavy pollution. With that, I end my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. All right, she showed us various efforts on national level in China. Thank you very much. Our last presentation of the second session will be delivered by Jabine Schwindelbatter, the head of the Center on Emission Inventories and Projections, hosted by Environmental Agency Austria, who will give us a presentation on air emission reporting under the Air Convention. All right, sir, hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me fine? That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to NAIR. It's an honor to speak here today, and thank you for your welcoming words. So my name is Sabine Schindelbacher, and I work for the Center on Emission Inventories and Projections, that is hosted by Environment Agency Austria. And I will give a brief overview of air emission reporting under the Air Convention. Next slide, please. So I will give a brief overview of the content. So first, I will give a few slides on the context, so explain what is the Air Convention, what is EMAP, and what is the function of the Center of Emission Inventories and Projections. Then I will talk about the reporting requirements for air emission inventories under the Air Convention. Next slide, please. Followed by that, I will talk about the guidance for reporting, the reporting guidelines, the EMAP EA Air Emission Inventory Guidebook. So this is really the core of the guidance that we use in Europe, and also a bit about the recommended structure for the informative inventory report. This is the methodology report describing how air emissions were calculated. Then I will talk about the review of air emission inventories, and this is really a topic I think that is very important because the review that we organize each year really drives the improvement of air emission inventories. Next slide, please. So yeah, the context. I will start with the Air Convention. What is it? Next slide, please. So the Air Convention was founded in 1979, so it's over 40 years old now. And the aim of the Air Convention is to improve air quality. It has 51 parties across Europe and the US and Canada. It consists of 8 protocols. The most known one is the Gothenburg Protocol that deals with the main pollutants. The convention provides access to emissions, measurement and modeling data, and information on the effects of air pollution on ecosystems, health, crops, and materials. So it's really a very wide range. Next slide, please. One of the protocols, it's the EMAP protocol, and EMAP is a scientifically based and policy-driven program under the Air Convention. More information on EMAP can be found on the UNECE website. So EMAP has 5 centers, and one of the centers is the Center for Emission Inventories and Projections, called CEIP. These 5 centers cooperate closely, and we have 4 task forces. We cooperate most closely with the Task Force on Emission Inventories and Projections, and these task forces are composed by the national inventory compilers of the 51 parties. So there's a constant interchange between the Center of Emission Inventories and the task force. The EMAP program relies on 3 main elements: the collection of emission data, measurement of air and precipitation quality, and modeling of atmospheric transport and deposition of air pollutions. Next slide, please. So CIP, this is the center I work for. It is hosted by Environment Agency Austria. The main tasks of CIP are to compile emission data reported by the parties to the convention and make it publicly available. So we import it to our database system, and it is available for everyone. If you're interested in the data sets, you can download them from our website. I've given a link on this slide. We also carry out annual quality controls of the inventories, and we develop emission data sets for modelers. So this is gridded data of air pollutant for the EMAP area. And more information about our tasks and functions can be found on our website. I also give here my contact details. So if you have the feeling that you would like to have an exchange with us, that we could maybe help you in some question, please contact me via this email address given on this slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, the reporting requirements for air emission inventories under the Air Convention. Next slide, please. So it is required to report full-time series of air emissions annually, and also to report the informative inventory reports annually. So these are the methodology reports detailing how the air emission inventory was calculated. Then every 4 years, projected air emission data should be reported, gridded air emission data, and LPS. So this is large point sources. More information on the reporting requirements can be found in the reporting guidelines and at our website. Next slide, please. So it is required to report the national total and emissions by NFR source category. NFR stands for Nomenclature for Reporting, and I will say more about this in a minute. So we report the main pollutants. This is SOx, NOx, ammonia, NMBUC, and CO. And this should be reported from 1990 to current year -2. So as has been mentioned in previous talks today already, it is very important to have time series of air emissions to see progress and also to better analyze possibilities to mitigate air emission. Then another pollutant is particulate matter, especially PM2.5, and all pollutants in blue color, they have an emission reduction commitment under the Gothenburg Protocol. So they are for us the most important ones. But also black carbon should be reported, heavy metals, especially cadmium, lead, and mercury, POBs, dioxin and furans, PAHs, HCP, PCB. And also very important, it is required to report activity data so that the data, the air emission data, can be better interpreted. Next slide, please. So I just want to show the reporting template. It is really only a simple Excel template. There are 127 categories that need to be reported. I hope that that you can read the slide. The size of is big enough. So the first one would be public electricity and heat production, then petroleum refining, and it goes on until the waste sector. All these 127 categories, they are summed to the national total. If you're interested in the details of the template, you can download it from our website. Next slide, please. The guidance for reporting. This is very important to have guidance to ensure consistent reporting across the 51 parties. Next slide, please. So the reporting guidelines, they include definitions, emission estimation methods and principles, guidance on recalculations and time series consistency. So recalculations and updates of the time of the emission estimates, it is really very important for a good inventory. And then also general reporting guidance. Next slide, please. So the EMAP EA Air Emission Inventory Guidebook. So this is really the most important part of our guidance documents. It's a guidebook that gives technical guidance to prepare national air emission inventories. It has more than 2,000 pages and it's really very detailed. The guidebook describes a tiered methodology for estimating emissions. So the most simple method, the so-called tier 1 methods, are given for all the sources and substances that the countries that have ratified the convention protocols need to report. And the basic equation here is emissions equals activity data times emission factors. But of course, for the more important categories, the key categories, more advanced methods have to be used. And also guidance for this is given in the guidebook. Then we also have the tier 3 approach that has a very wide range from more advanced methods than tier 2 until really very complex interactive models that are used to estimate emissions. So this is, and also guidance on using tier 3 approaches is given in the guidebook, of course, due to the nature that is very complex, it can be only general guidance, and then countries have to develop their own methods. Next slide, please. So back to the most simple method. This is an example. The guidebook contains tables with emission factors. This is again the example public electricity and heat production. And you see you have the various pollutants, you have the value of the emission factors, the unit, also the confidence interval, and also a reference where it is taken from. The EMAP EA guidebook is publicly available at the European Environment Agency's website. And it is regularly updated by the Task Force on Emission Inventories and Projections, because our knowledge and understanding of air emissions is constantly increasing, so it is needed the guidebook is also updated. Next slide, please. So the recommended structure for an informative inventory report. To really be transparent, it is very important to have a good inventory report that describes how air emissions were calculated. Of course, you start with a summary, but then in the introduction, it is necessary to give information on the national inventory background, institutional arrangements, the inventory preparation process, and methods and data sources. Also, analysis of the key categories, the most important categories is required, and general uncertainty evaluation, as well as explanation of key trends. Then it is followed by sectoral methodologies. So this should be one chapter for each sector, and a section on recalculations and improvements. So the national informative inventory reports, they vary a lot between the European countries. So there are a few reports that have only 40 pages. Then very often essential information is missing. And there are really very complex reports that have more than 700 pages that really detail every step of the calculation that was done to reach to the national air emission inventory. Next slide, please. So I come to the last topic, the review of air emission inventories. So next slide, please. As I've said, the review is really a core element that ensures that the air emission inventories are constantly improved. So each year, the air pollutant emission inventories are checked in a technical review that is performed in accordance with the review guidelines. And the aim of the review is to improve the quality of emission data and associated information reported to the Air Convention. The review process of the emission inventories is carried out in 3 stages. At each stage, national experts have the opportunity to clarify issues or provide additional information. Next slide, please. So the stage 1 review, this focus on basic things like timeliness, completeness, and format of the submitted national inventories. And the stage 2 review focuses on recalculations, time series consistency, and key category analysis, as well as inventory comparison. And these checks, they are done mainly or basically automatically. But then we also have the stage 3 review. This is an in-depth review of selected topics for all parties to the LIRTAP Convention, to the Air Convention. So here really experts review and scrutinize the submitted air emission inventories. Next slide, please. So the in-depth review is a peer review, checking each year a certain topic for all submitted inventories. In 2023, the air emissions from the sector agriculture were reviewed, and the review assesses transparency, accuracy, completeness, consistency, and comparability of the submitted inventories. The review is performed by the experts nominated by the parties. So it is a peer review. So this would mean, for example, an expert from Austria would review the air emission inventory of France. and a French expert would review the air emission inventory of Italy. The lead reviewers coordinate the work of the expert review teams and quality check the questions and recommendations before they are sent to the parties of the convention, so to the countries. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. A few words about the organization of the in-depth review. So we prepare for the review. So there the work lies mainly with CEIP. So CEIP composes the review team, prepares the checking tools, prepares a checklist to ensure consistency of the review, prepares the review report template, organizes a training workshop for the reviewers. The sector experts assess submitted inventories then during the desk review and prepare questions that are first quality checked by the lead reviewers and then sent to the parties. The parties have then time to answer these questions, and then the review experts meet at an in-person meeting for 5 days in Vienna and further scrutinize the inventories. They assess the answers from the parties. There's a lot of technical discussion between the experts. Follow-up questions are sent to the parties, and the review reports that include recommendations are written by the sector experts and the lead reviewers. The parties have then the chance to comment on the review reports, and the review reports are then published on our website. And hopefully the recommendations of the review team are helpful and are implemented in the next inventory submission. So next slide, please. So this is the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention. I think it is really great to work with air emission inventories. It's constantly improving our knowledge and we are learning together. So thank you again, and I will stay for the question and answer session if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Thanks to her presentation, we could get the useful information on air emission reporting under the Air Convention. All right, now it's time for a Q&A session. If you have any questions or comments, please raise your hands. Our staff will pass the microphones. And I would like to ask you to state your name and affiliation and identify to whom you would like to direct your questions. All right, the floor is open for the questions. Does anybody have any questions? Please raise your hands if you have any questions. Oh, please pass the microphone.
예, 안녕하세요. 저 대한세계협회
I am Song Jin-song, and my question goes to Yuchul. So my question is to identify some facts. In 2014, there are growing concern about the fine dust and particulate matters, particularly in a non-transportation area and NOx, SOx, and VOCs. And there are growing concerns about those areas. So my concern is about ammonia control. So back in 2014, there are some LPG and CNG emitting vehicles which has not established back then. So at the time there was some errors which was already recognized by the authority, and now 9 years has passed. So what about the LPG and CNG vehicles in the caps?
So do you apply the emission factor for ammonia and apply that to caps?
네, 반영이 안 돼.
Thank you very much for your question. In 2014, the ammonia factor for LPG and CLG vehicles, at that time, we didn't apply that factor, but now that factor is being applied. But when it comes to the accuracy of the factor, we are reconsidering it. Regarding LPG and CNG vehicles, how much ammonia they are producing, and also the agriculture sector and many other ammonia sources. So we need to re-evaluate the accuracy of these many different sources. We already embarked on that job. In that process, of course, we are going to evaluate ammonia emission from the transport sector. So far, there have been some omitted sources, and we are planning to review them. So please refer to the future development. Thank you very much. Hopefully, I addressed your question. Do you have another question? Please raise your hand.
Any questions? Please go ahead.
I am from EI Lab. I am a researcher. My name is Kim Pil-soo. My question goes to USPI, Rich Mason. In my research subject, that is related to emission inventory. Inventory itself includes the emissions status. So to establish policies and evaluate the impact of policies, these data are the basic data for that. So every year, we disclose the data every year. But as far as I know, NAIR's data is disclosed every 3 years. In your country, the United States, the policymakers or researchers like me, are they asking for the reduction in the cycle of information disclosure? Is there such a demand?
That's a good question. We generally, that's a tough one. We generally get asked questions on what is the best year for certain regulatory modeling strategies. It doesn't always align with the year we build an inventory. We have a separate emissions modeling team that will use our latest NEI. In this case would be 2020. 2020 was a very odd year for everybody pretty much with COVID. So they are developing a 2022 inventory separately. We do generate emission estimates in a broad sense every year for trends, but we don't develop a full NEI every year. However, the emissions modeling team, if like say they're using year 2022 as more representative year for modeling strategies, they'll base that off of the most recent NEI, which is 2020, and then do moves runs, gather year-specific fire data, and use SEMS data for large point sources to compile a 2022 inventory. So it's not the NEI, but it is based, has a backbone of the NEI. And then they'll do some economic projections potentially to go from 2020 to 2022 in this case, for example. Does that help?
All right, did it answer your question? Okay, thank you. Right now we have 11 more minutes, so maybe 2 or 3 questions will be available, I guess. So does anybody have any questions? Please raise your hands. Oh, please pass the microphone.
Hi. David from Chinese Academy of Environmental Planning. I have a question for Director Cho Yu and Mr. Satoru Chatani. So from the presentation, we know that there are some process in United States and in European countries. Say the basic information is submitted by the state level or the country level, and there is a group at national level or EU level to compile all the data and make the emission inventory. So what does it happen in Korea and Japan? For example, in Korea, is all the data collected by NAIR or some other institutes or some other organization will be responsible for the data collection, and they follow the same protocol of or guidelines to merge the data, or it happens in the other way. So this is my question, how it is worked. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Satoru Chatani.
Thank you for your question. So in Japan, so actually we don't have any specific way to develop the emission inventory, but actually MOEJ has a committee working on the emission inventory. They work every year, and they outsource something like technical things to the companies. That companies gathers all of the information and estimate emission and report it to the committee members. Committee members include the government and also myself also, so research community and also government. So all of the members discuss about the accuracy or something like that, then determine that year's emissions. That is a current process, but not specified in the like a law. So this is a kind of the way to do this.
All right. Oh, one more question.
Sorry, for the, I would like to, my name is Takuo Omura. I'm attending from as an SPC member from Japan. I would like to supplement his answer. He is describing about the inventory for the VOC, but for the conventional pollutants like SOx, NOx, and so forth, are established statistics based on the law. That has been done, worked for the many years. But that is an input for the study. But that's not the part of emission inventory, but the basic statistics for the air pollution management. That is perhaps the part of the answer for your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. All right. We have like 7 more minutes. Maybe 2 questions will be available. Great. Please pass the microphone.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Ganbol, the head of the East and Northeast Asia office of the UNESCAP. So my question is more of a general nature. So throughout this session 1 and 2, so we've been very nicely updated on many technical progress made by individual countries and institutions. So what most encouraging was the individual countries. They made a great deal of progress in tackling the air pollution. So my question is both to the speakers and presenters of session 1 and 2. So leveraging from the achievements of individual countries, what would be the opportunities for cooperation? So from both methodologies and research perspective, as well as the policy perspective. So anyone would respond to this question, I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. Who wants to take this question? Any speakers from session 1 and 2? Please take this question. Any speakers? He didn't identify to whom he would like to direct his question. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, even though I'm not a speaker, as a speech member of South Korea, I would say something about our non-governmental research collaboration of Northeast Asia, which named Acunia. That research was developed and designed to support international collaboration, and I believe we can, include many of these nice progresses that was made by local expert and international expert to include in the collaborative framework of more non-governmental expert research collaboration. So I think in some day we can connect these two together to make a better solution as a region of Northeast Asia. That's what we are hoping for. I think this is my my answer. Even though I'm sorry, I'm not a speaker, but I think I'm in position to respond to this kind of question. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Thank you. Any other opinion? Does anybody have any other comments? All right, thank you. All right, we are moving on to the next question. Maybe one more question only. Does anybody have any questions to any speakers or session 1 and 2? Oh, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mijin from SCAP office. So I think my question will be quite in line with previous question from Gambod, our head of the office. So, Omura-san and Professor Wu mentioned the SPC's Science and Policy Committee of Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership that our office is serving as a secretariat. So my question goes to the last speaker, Ms. Shindu Barker. So our office is operating this NACAP to facilitate more regional cooperation to tackle these air pollution issues. But we are quite still behind some scientific cooperation. So I want to learn some more advice how the Air Convention in Europe facilitated such a scientific cooperation, including like emission inventory. Thank you.
Is Shindu Barker, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and I hope you can hear me now.
Please answer.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, perfect. Good. So the scientific cooperation, I think there are several parallel paths. So one of them is, of course, when we write the guidebook, when we update the guidebook, the most knowledgeable experts cooperate and contribute the knowledge to the guidebook. And I think there's a lot of technical discussion. Then another possibility for scientific cooperation is also the review, where the experts meet and have the opportunity to discuss technical details. And then, of course, this is not part of the Air Convention, but there is a lot of other funded projects going on, like from universities, and they also fed back into the guidebook. So we try to collect all the most up-to-date information there. I don't know, I hope this answers your question.
Did it answer your question? All right, thank you very much. All right, this concludes the Q&A session. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for your active participation and your great answers, our speakers and presenters. Now we conclude the second session of this symposium, and we'll begin the next session, the third session, at 3 p.m. So we have 2 hours for the lunch, and lunch will be provided at your current sitting area. So just take your seats and you can enjoy the lunch. And once again, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you at 3 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hi, did you have good lunch? Yeah, great. I enjoyed a lot. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Sejong Park, and I will be your host for today's event. Thank you very much for joining us. Now we'll commence the third session of today's symposium. We'll explore national air quality modeling approaches by country under the theme of policy impacts assessment through air quality modeling. And like the previous session, we're going to hear some presentations from our experts. All right, first we're going to invite Professor Sun-tae Kim from Department of Environmental and Safety Engineering of Aju University. He will give us a presentation on our efforts to better understand and improve air quality in South Korea, air quality modeling perspective. All right, please welcome him with a round of applause.
네, 아주대학교 김수태입니다. 점심을
I am Sun-tae Kim, and we just finished our lunch, so maybe the session could make you sleep, but I have prepared a lot, but in order not to make you feel asleep, I'm not going to elaborate on the materials. And as we have already explored a lot of parts, so I'm going to be very brief with my presentation. So SMA means Seoul Metropolitan Area. So this is the trend of how the pollutant concentration has changed in the SMA. So as you can see, except the ozone, O3 concentration, everything has been in decline. And PM, particulate matter, has been garnering attention, particularly in Korea from 2013. And this graph shows that in general, the trend is on a downward trend, except the end of February to beginning of March. This is the only period that goes up. But except that, it's on a downward trend. So I wanted to look at the reasons why we are on a downward trend. So if you look at the arrows, then there are many initiatives and laws introduced by the Ministry of Environment Korea. So these are the factors that forced the graph to go downward. But other than that, there are many reasons. For example, the emissions from neighboring countries are also on a decline. So these are the reasons that we are on a downward trend. But still, there are two lines. This graph shows the concentration of PM 2.5 in 2016 and 2020, and compared to other countries, Korea stands quite outstanding in a bad way. And as you can see on the graph, we are exceeding the 15 microgram per cubic meter, which is the standard, the global standard. So we have to endeavor more effort to achieve this standard. And also, to meet the WHO guideline, which is a 5 microgram per cubic meter, then we have to put enormous effort in achieving the goal. So this is the Korean peninsula, and the peninsula is populated by many people, and in this small, compact area. So when there is a wind, it can go to any directions, to north or south or west or east. So this is very different from other countries like European countries. So it can basically blow to any part of Korea. So this map shows that Korea in the center, so Koreans can easily find where Korea Peninsula is located, but probably not for other peoples. So this is a snapshot that Korea is under big influence by other neighboring countries. I'm not going to, it is not to blame neighboring countries, but it's just the geological factors of Korea that is under high influence of other neighboring countries. So we have to work together with other countries because of this geological factor. And recently, the emissions has greatly decreased in China, and that is one of the factors that contributed to the decline of concentrations in Korea. So again, domestically, the emissions are on a downward trend except O3, the ozone. But what if the emission and concentrations go in par? Then we can just establish a policy according to emissions and analyze the effect of our policies introduced, but that is not the case here. As we have already learned from session 2, there are uncertainty in emissions. And there are two things that are O3 and PM 2.5. These are influenced by climate situation and weather. The emission inventory of Korea, US, and China deserves some attention here, so I brought it. So of course, those two countries are far more larger than Korea in size. Therefore, the national total emission is just not incomparable with China and the US because of the size of the country. But emissions per capita also shows the same pattern. However, this is the thing that I would like to highlight on. Korea tops the rank in terms of emissions per unit land area. That means in terms of density of emission, Korea has more higher concentration level compared to China and the US. The concentration is in decline, but to give you more broader picture and more specific picture of this trend, I would like to show you this satellite images. There are other data from AOD or surface OBS that we can capture one outstanding thing. There could be some differences influenced by a sampling method. However, the decreased emissions is the thing that influence the graph. But in Korea, half of a decrease is from lowered emission, and the other half is from the climate situation. But in this case, again, it's not the decreased emission of Korea, but decreased emission of Northeast Asian region. So that means Korea is under huge influence of other neighboring countries, and this is the key of my presentation. So you see this black shadowed area, black shadowed graph from 2011 to 2020. The emissions are on a downward trend, and that is largely due to China and Japan. And the reason we are on a downward trend is that, as we have already explored a lot, we have introduced measures to reduce emissions, and we also had a COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So these are the contributors of the decrease of lowered emissions, and that could be partly from the policies introduced, but the social, but socially we are going to the other way to reduce emissions. And when we have exact and precise data in for the emission, then we can have a more calibrated policy directions. But if you look at this data in graph, then before the COVID-19 pandemic, the simulation was on a matched with our actual situation. But from the 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic occurred, we started to see the gaps between the simulation and actual situation. So if the graph goes well with our simulation, then we need some precondition or prerequisite, which are that we need a precise condition of the neighboring situations. Again, if we can guess correctly on the surrounding situation of the Korean Peninsula, then we can generate more precise simulation result. So if you look at the PM 2.5, we are underestimating about 2.5 micrometer per cubic meter, microgram per cubic meter. This gives us a picture of how we are with the simulation and the actual situation. So we have to look at modeling method and satellite data from other countries. Then that will also help us to draw the more precise and accurate picture of the Korean situation. So on my time, the clock says I got 10 minutes, but it seems like I got 15 minutes, so I can spend more time on my presentation. The government is aiming at 13 microgram per cubic meter, and the WHO says it has to be 5 microgram per cubic meter. Then how can we actually achieve the goals? And that can be made by collaboration and cooperation with other neighboring countries in Northeast Asia. So if we only input domestic data, then there is a gap of 1.1 microgram per cubic meter. So that means even though we eliminate all the emissions in Korea, but still there are 2.5 in the Korean ambient atmosphere. So in order to achieve 13 microgram per cubic meter, then we have to collaborate with other neighboring countries to make a synergetic effect. And recently, it seems like we also need some surrounding situations around the Korean Peninsula, particularly in China. The country has reduced significantly on some types of coal emissions. However, there is a nitrate which is has a lot to do with nitrogen. This is a recently published paper in China. The evaluation is hugely influenced by the nitrate generation in China that will influence the NOx generation, and that the same thing happens in Korea. Ammonia is high in the inland area in the Korean Peninsula. And now this is around the demarcation line of Korean Peninsula. The emissions in North Korea is likely lower than that of Korea. However, when the two Koreas united, then the level will naturally goes up, and the line in this case it refers to the concentration level will goes up. That means that North Korean region will generate more emissions than now. Because when there is a wind blown around the Korean Peninsula, then we need to have some data regarding air quality in consideration of the wind blown around the Korean Peninsula. So now we have reached the last slide of my presentation. So going forward, it will be advanced and more sophisticated. That means we need more data, more precise data, and we need a more science-based approach toward emissions and inventory management. And we have to harmonize everything we have, emissions observation and simulations. Then this will be the approach that we have to take. I believe that ends my presentation.
A message that harmonizing emissions inventory is very important. Thank you very much. All right, now we're moving on to the next presentation. We're going to invite the research group leader, Mr. Zbigniew Klimont from International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. He will give us a presentation on integrated assessment modeling, supporting regional air quality policy development. Thank you very much for coming. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much for kind introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting and giving me an opportunity to share with you some of our experience in working in Europe or in a broader area of UNECE. And a lot of things that I will say actually will nicely refer to the presentation of Professor Kim just a few minutes ago, speaking about the impact of transboundary pollution, for example, on decision-making also, and how it can be helped by some of the modeling work that has been done. I will start with sharing with you some of my thoughts on what are the ingredients or where ingredients of successful collaboration and use of different tools in tools and collaboration mechanism in Europe. So we need to understand and recognize some of the problems. This is very common in many areas. We see this also in Asia, in Northeast Asia, where there's a common recognition of problems. Setting objectives, much more difficult at the international level. It's easier to achieve at the national level. So this is something that has to be pursued actively. Establishing, what I mean by the third bullet here about establishing institutionalizing the network of experts, I go here beyond national institutions that support development of emission inventories or support evaluation of policies and their implementation, but that's something that is much more difficult to achieve at the European level. My colleague Sabine, that was speaking in the previous session, she has presented actually such a framework.
that is supported by institutions within the UNEC and European Union that supports to collect systematically evaluation in a harmonized format. And scientific tools has been a process that led actually to establishing scientific tools in Europe that supported then policy discussion. Last but not least, building trust and common language may be very obvious, but it has taken quite a long time that scientists and policy people started to talk. I have two examples of where models and how actually models can help in the discussion. On the left side, you see here an analysis that is very old, actually leading to the Gothenburg Protocol that's more than 20 years ago. Here is an improvement of could be any impact, could be premature mortality, could be ozone concentrations, and here is the cost. Now, this is a theoretical solution of a model, while more practical decisions and some of the discussion is involving often regulations or discussion that will lead to them on equity, where equity factors are considered, like, for example, uniform per capita reduction or uniform reduction in terms of percentage. Everybody does 20, 30%. What the models can do is calculate for the same solution. So each of these points that I highlight here means that there's the same amount of emissions reduced. But the consequence of reducing the same 1,000 tons of anything across Europe or UNEC region has very different consequences depending how policy will be set up. This is per capita reduction of 1,000 tons. That's 30%, say, reduction everybody to achieve 1,000 tons. And this is a cost-effective way of doing it, unequal distribution of targets and reductions. What it means is that the cost of total solution is a factor of 2 different, and there is a factor of 2 difference in terms of impacts. And this is something that has triggered a lot of further discussion. Another example is structure of pollution that we receive and air we breathe in different countries. 2 examples, Netherlands and Poland. You see a very different structure. The colors mean here different sectors. So in Poland, there's a lot of residential sector and solid fuels, which is not present in the Netherlands and is dominated by agricultural sources. What is interesting is that you see a biggest bar here is international transboundary pollution, while in Poland, that international component is much, much lower. That means that the solutions proposed by anybody would need to involve actually to achieve, in this case, still the old guidelines of 10 micrograms, would need to involve different partners, including both different sectors within a country, stakeholders within a country, as well as international partners. So this agreements, international agreements, actually allowed to put this kind of topics on the table and have everybody around the table understanding also the benefits of going there. Don't know why this is not happening. Now, the models are allowing us to discriminate to help to separate actually the responsibility. On one hand, decision makers have to take responsibility for how far they want to go, what are the risks associated with it, so the ambition level will be defined. It's not up to the scientists. The scientists will be illustrating portfolios of solutions, and models will provide technical detail of different portfolios and solutions that will be consequences of a lot of these decisions. But of course, consequences not necessarily negative. There will be a lot of positive news associated with any of these solutions provided by the models. But they could provide means of taking into account local factors that are both relevant for many stakeholders, as well as for all of us eventually breathing the air. So I give an example of a model, one chart on illustrating that has been used in these discussions, that's the Gaines model. And this model allows to assess the future evolution. So we've been focusing really on how pollution can evolve into the future and what the cost-effective action, what kind of cost-effective actions would actually bring various benefits. And I'm not going to spend any time discussing now the details of this model. I want to only highlight that you can think about that as a two-way approach. One of them is these blue bars from top to bottom. From drivers, think about it, economic growth that is associated with a lot of consumption or production, and then you arrive at some impacts that could be compared to policy targets. So that's a simulation mode.
And the other possibility is, so you can look into different policies and evaluate them and compare, are we achieving our goal? The other one is this cost effectiveness analysis that we plug in tools, mathematical tools, to actually find a strategy, build a strategy, and put it on the table as one of the portfolios. The actual solution will look different than the models suggest because the models cannot take all of different constraints into account. Very quickly, an example of a process that is taking place regularly in the European Union in order to evaluate progress in implementation of policy. So using the tools like gains in development of the policy, in support of development of policies, European Union within the policy for air quality policy has established a mechanism called Clean Air Outlook. There were 3 of them so far that evaluate progress in attainment of policies, but also outlook into the future, how with the current new situation that is changing all the time, what should be the next step and type of targets set for the future. An important component there that this is involving actually consultation with member states. So all of the experts that are established that are part of this whole negotiating networks, you can think about them as part of the representatives of the stakeholders. They are participating in that exercise. So it's not a purely modeling exercise, but it's actually involving a number of different stakeholders. All of these reports are available regularly, and they're used as one of the tools also then to stimulate development of further policies. So what did all that bring? Just to give an example of the European Union, and this is a chart that is showing million people exposed to different levels of particulate matter. The very white on the left side, and that's 2005 and 2020 situation, that's the new, so below 5 micrograms, that's the WHO 2021 air quality guidelines. And the 15, so everything above that is actually, 25, everything above 25 is actually not compliant with the current EU guideline for PM 2.5. So that is disappearing, these very dark colors. And if we look into the future, the current scenarios that includes the decarbonization strategy also of the European Union show a strong increase by 2030 and even more 2050 of the white area and complete eradication actually of areas of the red areas that indicate exceedance of the current standards. So there's still a long way, and you see that there's no compliance, complete compliance possible, but we are on the way there. One maybe complex chart, but I only want to highlight one number here, minus 55%. This was one of the targets that was set in the policy, in the European policy, to reduce premature mortality. So all of these actions and the policies supported by science evaluation have led to a very strong decline in premature mortality from PM 2.5, achieving actually this target. We can look with the models and analyze something that has been addressed in Professor Kim also presentation, source apportionment, understanding from where the pollution comes and from where the benefits are coming. What you see here, an example for Belgium, is that the air quality is improving, the concentrations are declining because there's just highlighting 2 colors. Black is the local work, local action, and the local impact of the local policies over time. And the multicolor thing is the contribution of the EU coordinated policy. So this is something that is happening because all European countries are working together, or not. So depends, the arrows will be pointing out in different directions, but in this case you see a contribution of the whole community and the local change towards declining concentrations. It's not necessarily always so rosy, because here an example of another country, between 2005-2015, concentrations actually increased by a lot of that was contributed actually by local action or local growth, or maybe lack of controls or delayed controls, while in the longer term there is a decline. Models allow to take that apart and communicate and stimulate evaluation also of these policies. An example from current ongoing discussion, the European Union in October 2022 proposed a revision of the Air Quality Directive and moved towards 10 micrograms as a goal rather than 5. You will see why in a second. Now this map is a result of the simulation that shows concentration distribution in 2030, assuming modeling, implementation of further measures also, and achievement of these concentrations. See here, everything in dark is under 10, and everything in light blue colors is actually under 5 micrograms. Now, the next map is actually showing a simulation that is trying to achieve 5 micrograms, but some of you might ask, why am I showing the same map? I mean, it looks exactly the same as the left one. Actually, it's not exactly the same, but it's very, very similar, because according to the simulation, there is no actually potential to go, at least in the short term, to go further than what you've seen here. And that means that, 5 microgram goal with the current climate policy and current strengthening, further strengthening of equality policies, according to the model calculation, would not reach in many areas of Europe 5 micrograms. The Commission is proposing discussion of that in the longer term and focusing now on the target of 10 micrograms. One last example, 2 slides showing some work done also with the GAINS model for Asia. Again, utilizing the same type of capacity of looking into the source apportionment, where you see on one hand colors, sources, and the distance from the place we're looking at. So that's Hanoi. Sorry for a very funny map of Vietnam, but that's part of Vietnam. So this is Hanoi, capital city, and the neighboring provinces. We looked into northern part of Vietnam and tried to construct a couple of scenarios that would illustrate how to reduce concentration of PM2.5 in Hanoi. And here, an example of how current policy would translate into change of concentrations. And you see that there is increase, so actually it's not getting better in this simulation. And the problem is that the region around this is building power plants. And these power plants, these dark colors, are contributing a lot to this whole growth. Local concentrations driven by local change are not actually that much affected. If we look into future strategy, if Hanoi would look only at itself and would focus on solving the problem in Hanoi city or Hanoi province, there's very limited potential that it can actually do something. And the city is trying to do it. Many cities are actually looking into own solutions, because that potential is very small. There is a decline, but very tiny. Only if there is collaboration with neighboring regions, the modeling shows, there is a strong benefit and a strong reduction of concentrations. Again, just an illustration of a joint work with local partners that was done together with scientific community within Vietnam. Let me conclude, the last 30 seconds are running. The cost-effective air quality management requires integrated approach. And we need to have multiple policy domains addressed through this policy, resulting also in multiple benefits. And there is actually a lot of no-regret policies coming across the equality and climate nexus. I have no time to actually talk about that. And one important thing to stress is that better understanding of those in the short term might allow us to actually communicate better long-term transformations and changes needed to achieve climate goals. GAINS model is an example of an integrated assessment models that can provide this kind of information to support discussion. As I say, there's more tools of that type available. Collaboration with partners has been always very important in this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. He explained integrated assessment modeling, and thanks to his presentation, we had a chance to know about the situations in European countries, in Hanoi, Vietnam as well. Thank you. The third presentation will be given by Vice Director Zhang Wei from the Center for Environmental Planning and Policy Simulation, CAEP. He will give a presentation on cost-benefit analysis of China's air pollution control policies. He's with us online. Hi there, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Floor is yours. All right, we can see your
大家
slides.
好，尊敬的韩国环境部大气 信息中心的领导以及
I'm Vice Director Sang Wei. Thank you for the participation. I am Zhang Wei, the Vice Director of the Center for Environmental Planning and Policy Simulation, and today I'm talking about the cost-benefit analysis of China's air pollution control policies. This is the content of my presentation. I'm going to talk to you about this, what is CBA and how to modeling it. So in a broader sense, the air quality management policy means everything from regulation, guidelines to standard and measures. So we have to look at before and after the policy was introduced in a scientific way. And this gives us a scientific ground for us to analyze the policies that we have introduced in China. And the government published a law called the Environmental Protection Law of the People's Republic of China. And the law states that we shall fully consider the impact on the environment and listen to the opinions of relevant parties and experts when formulating economic and technological policies. And these, everything from laws and programs are the ground to implement environmental policy in China, I'm sorry. So there are evaluation models, and they help the government to make the right decisions. And the second one is to evaluate effectiveness of environmental policies. And thirdly, it evaluates the level of environmental policy by evaluating the social just in terms of environmental landscape. And next, I'm going to explain to you about how to build the ACB modeling framework for atmospheric control policy. And these are the works we do. First of all, we produce guidelines relevant in relation to environment, such as the scope of application, work process, content and steps, preliminary identification, impact analysis, and conclusions and suggestions. And then we develop a method called Economic Impact Environmental Benefit Climate Synergy Comprehensive Assessment Model. And this is our CBA framework. First of all, the cost. The cost include government costs such as the government subsidies and supervising costs and other expenses occurred in the industry. And of course, it also includes cost and expenditures of a private sector. And environmental benefits include the reduction of a pollutant. And this has to be quantified and then translated into monetization. For example, how much we ever reduced the premature deaths and other health benefits from policies introduced. And these are the things that we have to consider when we do the CBA. And the last pillar of CBA is socio-economic impact, such as GDP growth and other impacts from policies. And also, we have to measure the changes in happiness of a citizen. So we have to look at both the cost and benefits. And that helps us to, that informs us to a better policy direction. Since 2016, Chinese government implemented a variety of policies, and these are the results we have generated from policies. And based on the policies we have introduced, there are 6 frameworks. The first one is a concept. We have to establish a concept. For example, for the Beijing Winter Olympic, it's the subject that we actually implemented the CBA. And the second one is multi-level measures. This is a more broader aspect of CBA modeling, and it includes various policies. And we have to look at a diverse aspect of a policies and the effects. And through collected and proven data, we estimate the cost of a policy, and then we develop modules and models, such as socio-economic impact, environmental benefits, cost, and co-benefits of climate change. So all those things has to be considered. And as a core modules, we also consider exposure morality and IOCG model, and etc. And by combining all those models and modules, we produce a better approach to our future policies. And the next one is the more technical approach in our modeling. And here we use the cost factor. As you can see on the slide, this is how we actually evaluate health benefits. So we conduct evaluation before and after policies introduced. We use a CMAC model here for the before survey, and the after policy is introduced, and we use the satellite imageries and satellite data. For health benefit evaluation, we also use a global exposure morality model, and then we translate all this data into value, currency value. And next, we also use input and output evaluation. And third, I'm going to talk about the casework using the CBA modeling framework. I have 3 cases to present to you. The case 1 is the cost of air pollution prevention and control action plan, implemented from 2013 to 2017. And the evaluation tells us that nationwide, it generates 1.7 trillion yuan, and it includes industrial structure adjustment, clean utilization of energy, and etc. And when we look at the health benefits, it generated 2.528 trillion yuan. And in on well-being front, we generated approximately 4 trillion yuan. And economically, there was an GDP growth of 1.8 trillion yuan, creating 121 million jobs. And what is notable here is that we considered well-being as a pillar to analyze the CBA. And now, this is from 2013. In the last decade, Beijing almost eliminated air pollution. So this is a Beijing Olympic Stadium, and this is Tiananmen door. And you can see the difference is very obvious. The Beijing citizens and travelers to Beijing all say that they found a great deal of happiness because of this change. And that is the reason that we put well-being into consideration in the CBA model. And now I'm going to tell you briefly about how we have improved our modeling. So the KS2 shows the 13th five-year ecological environment plan. And after introducing this plan, we have generated 1.7 trillion yuan, which include industrial reform and other relevant policies. But what's notable here is that thanks to this policy, we have reduced 380 premature deaths. Particularly, we have controlled vehicle travel in BTH region. Here we say yellow label vehicles, which is outdated, and diesel vehicles. And by controlling the yellow label vehicle traffic, we successfully achieved the goal that we have set. And going forward, these are the 5 approaches that we will implement in the future. The first one is to expand the research scope of the existing CBA. The indoor air quality can also be incorporated in the scheme. Currently, China is expanding to rural area when they assess the air quality. And then, secondly, we should refine the regional value of parameters. And third, we should explore and improve the cost-benefit accounting methodology. And then fourth, we have to quantify the uncertainties of current accounting. And we would like to generate more accurate modeling, such as the gains model. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I am open to your suggestion.
Analysis and the reason why we need CBA. Thank you so much. All right, the final presentation of this session will be given by environmental economist Zhang Fuhe from Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. He will be presenting on the contribution of air quality policies to the carbon neutrality transition in Korea. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me to this meeting. So I'm going to present a joint work we are doing at the OECD with the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, which I greatly thank for settling all this exciting project. So the outline is pretty simple. I'm going to introduce the project, illustrate the methodology, and present preliminary results. I'm talking about preliminary results because this is a 2-year project that has just begun this year. So we have first insights, but more is to come. And I will offer a couple of conclusions. So this project builds on a history of work at the OECD, both on the air pollution setup and on the climate modeling. So here you see the last collaboration between the Ministry of Environment and the OECD on reducing air pollution in Asia, and more specifically in Japan, Korea, and China. And it has illustrated, using a cost-benefit analysis, the benefits of reducing air pollution, and also illustrated cross-country benefits of coordinated policy action. This report focused on air quality, but at the same time, we are working quite a lot on climate change modeling at the OECD, and there are lots of interactions between the two different kinds of environmental pressure. So some of them have already been mentioned today. Some substances are both air pollutants and contributors to climate change, such as black carbon and methane. So there are emission sources that are common to both problematics, namely the combustion of fossil fuels, but also the use of nitrogen fertilizers. And the same sectors are also responsible for the two different environmental pressure. A lot of it is originating from road transport or from iron and steel, for instance, but they are not the only ones. And both of the two environmental pressure entail strong socioeconomic benefits and on health, on productivity, and so on. So this is illustrated in Korea with these results, where there is a kind of a parallel between ammonia and methane, which are originating from the same sectors, roughly, which are agriculture and industry, and between NOx and CO2, which are also originated from similar sectors, namely industry and road transport. So this is data for 2019 in Korea. So you've already seen these graphs, so I won't spend much time of it, but Korea is doing well in terms of policies and reduction in air pollution, but not until the new WHO guidelines are reached. And so Korea has implemented several policies to address air pollution and plan to have more. We have been seeing a lot of illustrations today. And at the same time, it has also pledged to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And so the purpose of the project is really to understand how air quality policies contribute to carbon neutrality. But we will also see the opposite effects, how carbon neutrality policies contribute to the mitigation of air quality, of air pollution, sorry. So we have a couple of preliminary insights so far, but what we expect to illustrate in the end is to evaluate how current and planned policies influence both greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants in the long run. Also, a difference of these studies compared to others is that we focus on 2050. And we also plan to answer the question, does strong action on air quality reduce the cost of achieving net zero emission by 2050, and how can we maximize the synergies between climate change mitigation and air quality improvement. So far, we're not there yet, but what we have done so far is that we have implemented the current level of information that we have on the, let's say, available techniques and policies, and seen what are the interactions, and that's what I'm going to present today. So to do that, we build not an integrated assessment model per se, as Zeke talked about, but we start from a global computable general equilibrium model, which is mostly an economics model, which was designed to deal with environmental externalities, and in particular greenhouse gases and air pollutants. So you have the coverage here, which is covering most sources of both air pollutants and climate change. And we include a range of policy instruments to mitigate these different emissions based on information that we have and the policy toolkit that is available to governments so far. And for this specific project, we focus on Korea, but the model is global. So we use all the information that was available. So first, at the OECD, we have a macroeconomic model that provides, let's say, the big trends in demographics, labor productivity, capital accumulation. And these are used to calibrate a business as usual scenario in the armed linkages model that we are using. And on top of that, we use two different sources of information to mix the available information on climate change mitigation and on air pollution. Regarding climate change mitigation, we use the costs and mitigation from the International Energy Agency World Energy Outlook. So this is the GCE model that is on the top here on this slide, which provides us with both the mitigation that can be achieved under a net zero scenario, but also on the costs of achieving this. For instance, the investment in buildings required to build power facilities. So this is what we input in our model to have both the cost and the benefits of climate change mitigation. We do the same using an air pollution model results, the YASA-GAINS model that has already been presented today. We use the results from a previous study, and this includes also the benefits, so the reduction in emission factor resulting from the adoption of best available techniques, and also the costs, so the investments that are required to achieve this cost. And we put all that in our own CGE model, armed linkages, and this derives both impacts on emissions, but also on economic variables. So today we're going to discuss three scenarios. One baseline scenario, which reflects current policies, let's say. One net zero emission scenario, where Korea reaches net zero emission by 2050. And one ambitious air quality scenario, where all the best available techniques are implemented in Korea. In the future, we will add two different scenarios to really evaluate the contribution by, let's say, finding a carbon price equivalent of the contribution of air quality policies to the net zero transition in Korea. But so far, this is not yet available. But it will follow the same logic as what I'm going to present. So the net zero emission scenario assumes that Korea will reach net zero emission by 2050 on CO2 only. We're working on the all greenhouse gas option. And with a similar ambition worldwide. And to do that, Korea uses 6 different policy instruments, which are carbon pricing, the removal of fossil fuel support, subsidies to households, regulation in the power sector, regulation in the buildings and transport sector, and energy efficiency measures. And these instruments are calibrated using the IEA I mentioned, but also the official scenarios of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. The air quality scenario follows a logic which is pretty similar, where Korea will adopt all the best available technologies. So I'm talking here mostly about end-of-pipe measures to reduce air pollutant emissions by 2050, with a similar ambition worldwide. And to do that, it uses 2 different policy instruments, subsidies for households and regulations with, for instance, emission standards in the different sectors. And these are calibrated using the GAINS model results. So I think I will switch to the results instead of detailing the scenarios a bit more. So what we see here, we will focus on emissions and how the different policy domains contribute to mitigation of emissions. So what we see here is the level of emissions in the NZD scenario, so in the carbon neutrality scenario in Korea in 2050 compared to the baseline. So the changes in the figures are in percentage. And if we focus on the top part, we see how the NZD transition, which is focusing only on CO2, contributes to mitigating air pollutants. And we see that the mitigation is quite significant. So if you take, for instance, nitrous oxides, you have 68% reduction. And this 68% reduction just results from reduced land transport and gas-powered electricity, which are part of the NZD policy package. Quite similarly, if you look at CO, the reduction in gas-powered electricity and in iron and steel production, both of them resulting from regulation and carbon pricing, tend to reduce by more than half the emissions. So it's also a lot. Land transport also contributes. And this is the same for almost all air pollutants, where, for instance, black carbon we already talked about are reduced by close to half just by reducing land transport in the transition towards carbon neutrality. So there is a very strong contribution of the climate change policies because they act on activity level and not only on emission factor. There is a strong positive feedback of climate change policies on air pollution. Now, if we look at the opposite, we will have a look at how the ambitious air quality scenario impacts greenhouse gases. So we'll now focus on the bottom part of the graph. So same logic here in gray, we have a percentage change in the air quality scenario compared to the baseline in 2050 in Korea. And what we see, what is striking, is that the main interaction point is on methane, which is a precursor. And this interaction mostly comes from the reduction in waste management emissions. So there are a lot of best available techniques that can be achieved in waste management that will significantly reduce methane emissions. The contribution to N2O and CO2 emissions are limited, which brings us to an overall 7% reduction in greenhouse gases due to air quality policies. So we saw that the NZD transition brings significant co-benefits on air quality, mostly through reduced fossil fuel use, but also reduced activity in certain sectors responsible of both CO2 emissions and air pollutants. And we also saw that the adoption of best available techniques contributes to the reduction of to the mitigation of climate change, though not significantly at the size of when we consider all greenhouse gases, but the impact on methane can be large. So this is mostly because we considered in this specific policy scenario end-of-pipe measures that diminishes emissions coefficients, but do not play at all on the level of activity underlying these emissions. And so, this is one of the preliminary results that we found very interesting, is that the policy instruments will be really important in maximizing the different co-benefits. So this will be my last slide. So we have a couple of next steps to finalize the project. We will improve the scenario design and input data, notably with a workshop tomorrow at the ministry, which will be very important in the development of this project. And we will develop and interact the other scenarios and investigate more on the policy instruments topic that we saw so far. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions later on.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Thanks to his presentation, we could learn how the air quality policies contribute to the carbon neutrality transition. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to have a Q&A session, so you can ask anything about the presentation to our speakers. So if you have any questions or comments, please raise your hands and we'll pass the microphone. And like before, please state your name and affiliation before you ask a question. Then identify to whom you would like to direct your questions. All right, floor is open for the questions. Does anybody have any questions? Please raise your hands. Okay. Thank you.
I'm the deputy head of ASGAP, Northeast Asia and East Asia office. So this question is addressed to Dr. Kim. First, acknowledging you really get the data very precise in terms, for example, PM 2.5 per unit of land, which probably have stronger impact on health. And then you also showed lots of the evidence in terms of the transboundary air pollution and really emphasized the importance of international cooperation. So I want to ask you that if you can think about, there are lots of the actions and interventions that could be implemented in this region. If you can think about, give advice of the top 2 prioritized actions, what that would be you would give to us. Maybe Dr. Lee, you can also, based on your information in experience in Europe and also in Vietnam, can also give some thoughts on this as well. Thank you.
Please.
네, 일단 질문해 주신.
Thank you for the question. So you mentioned the evidence. However, I cannot say evidence because this is an estimation of step we are on. So I think it's all about the approximation and estimation, and to make it more clear data, then we need absolutely more collaborations on making more precise data. And Professor Wang Shushi also mentioned about the collaborative work, and I am also working with Professor Wang Shushi, and it's always better to have more hands in work. So it's not that simple in a climate situation and emissions. So if you think about when eating, so for me, I can finish my meal in just 5 minutes, so I do not really chew the food. However, when we think of digestion, then it takes quite long to fully digest the food that I chew and eat. So in Korea, there are primary air pollutants, and this is the target of Korea, the main target of Korea. And many developing countries are also in the same approach like Korea. And the Northeast Asian situations are already explored in the previous session. And even though we tackle emissions, it's not really working that well. We are not getting the result right away. So we need to chew emission reductions more and more to get the results that we want. So our goal is to achieve a 13 microgram per cubic meter. However, if we achieve this, then can we just satisfy with the result and don't really do much further effort? And I don't think that's not going to be the case. Of course, 13 is an ambitious goal. And I cannot just say it's all about the long-range transboundary pollutant. We just need a collaboration, a stronger collaboration between regions. And we should reveal and share what we have And this is the first step toward a better and stronger collaboration. And right now, this is where we are sharing what we have. And then the second stage will be digesting the data we have shared. So we are on a progress.
Does anybody have another question? Oh, please,
Excuse me,
press the microphone.
I was also asked to comment on that, so I will add a couple of comments maybe if you allow me. This is an important question, of course, and I fully agree with Professor Kim highlighting some of the aspects of improving understanding and strengthening collaboration of scientists. But I think we don't need perfect knowledge it shouldn't stop us actually to move ahead with some of the policy discussion that would stimulate reaching an agreement of how to formalize maybe joint Northeast Asia goals. So I think it's time. There's been a lot of science that has been shown that we have maybe enough understanding, I would claim, to move ahead. But I think there's also a number of other dimensions. One of them that has been mentioned many times by us is this transboundary pollution. And Professor Kim highlighted that's not the only aspect. And I think one of the other aspects that we could highlight is currently we have all of the climate discussion and really exploit the benefits of the fact that all of the countries are involved in planning their NDCs and net zero policies, and there's a lot of support coming and work done by different organizations. And we have to think about the benefits that could be reaped actually from engaging on that journey, long-term journey. Air quality can provide a lot of momentum to successfully deliver actually messages about both climate and air quality at the same time. So I think that has to be put more in perspective, that in Europe we did not have that perspective 20, 30 years ago when the international collaboration on air quality started, and the dying forest was actually motivating, and lakes were motivating the discussion, and the climate was not yet so high on the agenda. So I think there's new now momentum and new strength in this can be brought. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your support. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to another question. We have like 7 minutes, so maybe 1 or 2 questions will be available. So does anybody has any questions? Anyone who wants to ask any questions or want to say something, add some comments? Okay. Please pass the microphone.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
I am Yuri Chang at NR, and my question goes to Leader Clement. So there are some input for the gains model, and you talked. And I believe there will be some differences between the format of the data and how they should be provided. I would like to know more about that.
So what kind of information do you provide for the gains model, and how do you make sure all the data are consistent, and how do you compile them together in a uniform manner?
Thank you very much. Actually, the previous session had a presentation from Sabine Schindelbacher from UBA in Vienna. This is the Center for Emission Inventories and Projections. And this is an important source of data also for gains. The modeling tool that we are using within the UNEC and also European Union, we are with the model. Actually, we are not an emission inventory tool, but we calculate emissions and we try to make them consistent with emission inventories that are provided by the countries and are independently evaluated. So the mechanism that exists now within European Union, that's joint effort of the European Environmental Agency and the CEP, the Center for Emission Inventories and Projections, they are collecting data in unified format, utilizing agreed and unified methodologies, and are regularly validated. And Sabine has mentioned this process of validation that has a sort of a default set of parameters that are checked every year for everyone. And then there's also in-depth review that is picking randomly a couple of countries every year, and it's running, so it's covering after a few years all countries reporting. So there's a scrutiny associated with data collection and processing to calculate actually emissions. And these are made then, say, they are compared to our modeling inputs and modeling calculations. So there's a joint work of the whole system and a number of centers that are communicating on a regular basis with each other. And that's, I think that's one of these elements that I highlighted in my presentation when I talk about trust between the science community and policymakers. That has taken actually decades, but it doesn't have to, because I think there's a lot of experience, can be done quicker now, but it allowed to actually improve that communication because we understand where the data comes from, we know who is looking at them and processing them, and we know how they are used. So that's a fully transparent process from the beginning to an end. Hope this is helpful and we can engage in conversation beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Did it answer your question? Okay, great. Okay, now we have only 3 minutes left, so maybe we can go with one more question. Does anyone have any questions? Please raise your hands, please.
네, 건국대학교 오정원인데요. 저는
So my question also goes to Mr. Zhang Pu, right? So I find it very interesting and like gains modeling. And when you actually conduct the gains modeling, then how do you combine the national inventory and sometimes I believe there could be inconsistencies between those two types of data that you collect. How do you work with that?
Your question. I see two things, so you're definitely right. There are different sources of data and they are not necessarily consistent, so you have to make a choice. And so for this precise project, we rely for air pollutants on emission from gains and for greenhouse gases from the EDGAR database, but I know EDGAR is producing both, so that was a choice, and it's hard to say which one is the better. And what I wanted to stress is that also there is another level of choice when you do modeling on greenhouse gas or air pollutant, is that you must really link to the source of emission and decide what is the activity level, and very often the activity level variable that is used in inventory is not available in a global model as the one that we have. So there is another risk for inconsistencies, and the solution is, in my opinion, to be transparent about what you do and try to improve when possible. But there is no perfect match, unfortunately. Thank you.
네, 만족스러운 답변이 되었기를 바랍니다.
Hopefully, it addressed your question properly.
Symposium, and now we're going to have a 10 minutes coffee break, and we'll resume the next session at 4:20 here. So please enjoy the refreshments and beverages, and let me see you at 4:30 here. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Now we'll proceed with the fourth session of today's symposium. In this session, in-depth discussions will be carried out under the theme of the future of air quality management, where we should head to. Before we begin the panel discussion, we're going to watch a short video clip. Mr. Kim Byung-uk, Program Manager 1 of Air Protection Branch of EPD, sent us a video clip on path forward, development and implementation of successful air quality improvement plan. Let's take a look at the video.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this talk. My name is Byung Kim. I'm working for Georgia Environmental Protection Division, the environmental agency for the state of Georgia in the United States of America. Today, I would like to share with you how we have developed and implemented our air quality plans successfully and hope that South Korea finds some useful information for South Korea's future air quality management. As a starter, I would like to highlight that we can grow economically while achieving better air quality. This chart shows that state of Georgia have raised 386% GDP in 2021 compared with 1990, while decreased its emissions by 65% for the same period. What I show here on the left are strong downward trend of statewide maximum concentrations of annual fourth highest daily maximum 8-hour ozone, annual average PM2.5, and annual 98th percentile daily average PM2.5. These are indicators of our ozone and PM2.5 national ambient air quality standards NEX. On the upper right panel, you can also see blue dots that show historical observation of visibility for 20% most impaired days, the pink line that indicates what we plan to achieve in our visibility planning, and the purple line that depicts our projected visibility through modeling. The green line is the visibility goal that we need to achieve by 2064. As you can see, the state of Georgia achieved excellent air quality improvement. On the lower right panel, you can see a picture of a clear blue sky. I took this picture in my neighborhood in the Metro Atlanta area and believe this sky is something that South Korean people want to have at some point in the future. In the United States, air quality is managed with concentration-based tools such as NEX to reduce air pollution exposure. On the left panel, I list all NEX that we need to attain. On the right panel, a diagram illustrates how air quality is managed in the United States. Starting point is measuring air pollutant concentrations. Then we build a numerical model to represent the current air quality with emission inventory as a key piece of information. These modeling results are used for planning, rulemaking, and control strategy development. As part of our rules and control strategies, we require industries obtain air permits. Finalized controls and issued permits will affect how much emissions will be released from sources. Therefore, emission inventory will be updated to reflect changes. Eventually, the entire cycle is repeated. In US, the federal government and state government collaborate closely to manage air quality by taking different responsibilities. US EPA sets PM2.5 NEX, Georgia EPD reviews and submits ambient air quality data to US EPA. The area violating NEX will be designated as non-attainment area by US EPA after reviewing Georgia EPD's initial designation recommendation. Then we develop a plan called State Implementation Plan, SIP. In our SIP, we demonstrate that we can achieve attainment by a certain deadline by showing that modeled air pollutant concentrations will be lower than next level. Once our SIP is approved by US EPA, we implement SIP and track how air quality is improved with ambient monitoring. If we make a sufficient air quality improvement to achieve PM2.5 concentrations below the next level, we submit a request for redesignation in attainment to US EPA. Upon reviewing the request, US EPA can redesignate an area as an attainment area. Please note that we need sufficient air quality monitoring data for the demonstration of sufficient improvement. This cycle repeats upon a revision to PM2.5 next. In a nutshell, the Federal Environmental Agency, US EPA, sets the air quality standard and provides guidance. A state environmental agency like Georgia EPD develops and implements air quality management plans. To improve air quality, well-planned and maintained ambient monitoring network is essential. In Georgia, we have 3 monitoring stations with PM10 monitors, 1 station with a PM course monitor, and 25 stations with continuous and/or integrated PM2.5 monitors. We also have a 1 national core and core multi-pollutant monitoring station, South STCAP. The South STCAP station has very comprehensive monitors observing speciated PM2.5 and various volatile organic compounds in addition to all criteria pollutants. This is similar to a super site in South Korea. As I shared, monitoring is the beginning of the air quality management plan and the check and the point of it. To make a good plan, we need a good emissions database to support the modeling. In US, states collect and report emissions from all sectors every 3 years so that US EPA can develop and publish National Emissions Inventory, NEI. For particulate matter, NEI contains known emissions of filterable PM and condensable PM for all sectors. For some sectors, such as point sources, stack measurements become the foundation of emissions data. For other sectors, emissions are estimated with activity data such as vehicle miles traveled and emission factors such as tons of NOx per vehicle miles traveled. When we develop our SIPs, we use NEI as basis and update the information as needed. This animation shows an example use of comprehensive air quality models that predict air pollutant concentrations by considering meteorology and chemistry. This specific example visualizes modeling results from a sensitivity case of what if 50% of on-road mobile NOx emissions are reduced from the emissions in 2011. When you see positive values in reddish colors, it means higher ozone concentrations are expected with NOx reduction. This is due to the well-known atmospheric chemistry phenomena called NOx titration. This is also the exact reason why we want to have a complex modeling to develop effective controls and assess the effectiveness of control quantitatively. As you can see, these regional scale air quality models require data beyond each state. Therefore, states and US EPA collaborate to build a good modeling input dataset called Emissions Modeling Platform. For the 2016 modeling year, 2016 Emissions Modeling Collaborative was formed. It was a great success, especially many agencies, including US EPA, had to perform modeling other than NEI years. In coming years, many states and US EPA are collaborating again for 2022 National Modeling Platform. Modeling can be also used to assess a source-specific impact. This slide shows an example of modeling that was used to derive per ton PM2.5 concentration decreases when different power plants are required to reduce their PM2.5 precursor emissions. Information like this is crucial to find optimal control strategies so that we can grow in economy while improving air quality efficiently and effectively. While SIP modeling focuses on a long-term planning with the past data, we also work on near-term root cause analysis to understand what is happening now. We call an event where a monitor measures air pollutant concentrations above next level as exceedance. We develop an external report for each extents within 3 business days. In our external reports, we utilize all advanced technology and information as much as possible. These include tropomi satellite data, high-split modeling, and surface measurement by Georgia EPD Ambient Monitoring Program, and other agency data via EPA AirNowTech. Recently, we started incorporating satellite tour color images and satellite detected fires, especially for PM2.5 extensor reports. This advanced tool helped us see how fires contribute PM2.5 emissions clearly when we can secure clear sky images. After each calendar year end, we compile our information and produce final excellence reports. These excellence reports help decision makers informed where we are in air quality and what to look for in the future. As you can see so far, the air quality management system that US adopted demonstrated a very successful air quality improvement over decades. Our great air quality improvement is truly achieved by cooperative partnerships between Georgia EPD and US EPA. In Georgia, we make our best effort to address air quality concerns by utilizing best available scientific information and advanced tools, including air quality modeling and various observations. I hope my talk provides useful information for you to design and execute air quality improvement plan for future clear blue sky in South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Kim for the video presentation. All right, now we'll begin the panel discussion, and let me introduce our panelists. First, Youngi Chang, co-chairman of the Air Pollution Emission Inventory Committee. Could you come forward to the stage? Please welcome him with a big hand. Please take your seats. And next we have Jung-hun Woo, Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering of Konkuk University. Please come forward to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. And next we have Kantuya Kanbad, Assistant Professor of German Mongolian Institute for Resources and Technology, Mongolia. Please come forward to the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, last but not least, we have Junichi Kurokawa, Chief Senior Researcher of the Asia Center for Air Pollution Research. Please come forward to the stage. Thank you very much for coming. All right, Mr. Youngi Chang will be our moderator, so I pass the microphone. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am Youngi Chang. So our first session is about where we are going in the future. So we have Pyong-woo Kim, Jung-hun Woo, Kantuya Kanbat, and Junichi Kurokawa. So we have heard the opinions of Pyong-woo Kim via video, and now we have Jung-hun Woo on the floor. So
I prepared a couple of slides. Would you please load my slides? It's about 5 slides. While showing my presentation slides, I'm going to present my ideas.
So I'm gonna talk in Korean. So this is Northeast Asia.
In Northeast Asia, there are 6 countries, and also there are about 200 countries. However, the portion of emission is 40 to 50%, so it is very emission-intensive region. So this region has led the emissions, and I believe it will lead to solutions in the future. When you look at the right side, there's a SO2 and NOx. It shows the changing trends of emissions in Korea, Japan, and China. From 1970s, China has Japan saw the decrease, and China started to see an increase in that emissions in about 20 years. So there's a 20-year gap, but when it comes to NOx, the gap is just 10 years. So we already passed the peak, and now we are transitioning to solutions for emissions. So we need to look at this region as a sub-region. So the title of the project is Air Quality Northeast Asia. As you see here, Korea, Japan, and China, there are experts in those three countries, and Mongolia, Russia, and North Korea are not covered here. So these countries are with IWASA, which is an international organization. So the first step for this is to create an expert network. So through the expert network, so we can conduct modeling and evaluation. Through this, we can support international cooperation. So this is a 5-year project, and we have gone already 3 years and a half. So what is important here is emissions inventory, and scientists are participating here, and they created emission inventory Aquinia version 1.0 already. And through the air quality modeling, we need to do the full-scale modeling for the present and tomorrow. So meteorological modeling and air quality modeling should be set up. So within the common framework, we are conducting air quality modeling. At the same time, in order to produce future solution strategies, so integrated assessments are important. So the 6 countries, for 6 countries, air quality, CAP, and health impact, they are important factors. For energy, there are 3 scenarios, including net zero scenario. And as for air quality, there are 2 scenarios. So in total, we have 6 scenarios. So with Professor Shusha Wang, we got the data. So we added the data to the IWASA gains model. So we integrated all these data. So we conducted this kind of task as the first round, and we all put this in the common framework. That way we can cross-check the data among each other. South Korea, Japan, Russia, Mongolia. So for these countries, we completed the assessments and analysis. For the entire Northeast Asia region, we conducted cross-checks, and we are working on producing cost-effective solutions. So we are at the stage right now to come up with those solutions. So in order to achieve carbon neutrality, how we need to manage air pollution. So this is the data from Tsinghua University, and we also have a similar data. These dotted line indicates the CO2 emissions, and when you reduce emissions of CO2, it will contribute to achieving carbon neutrality. So by 2050, the level will be 14 micrograms, and there will be further increase of 4 microgram, and additional 4 microgram will be reduced by 2050. So our goal is to achieve like 8 microgram per cubic meter by 2050. But the thing is that we haven't added cross-boundary effect yet. By 2060, China will satisfy the WHO guideline of 5 microgram. It is quite ambitious, but I believe it's quite encouraging prospect. In Korea as well, transboundary pollution was penalty, and climate was also penalty. So in the future, climate and transboundary pollution will be benefit as part of the carbon neutrality. That is our vision. This is my comment. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have mentioned about many challenges that we have to overcome, and Professor Chong Hun-woo also mentioned some optimistic aspects. So now, the floor is for Kantuya Kanbap.
Today we have heard very good the presentation, very good information regarding the air pollution problem in the region, which includes 6 the member countries in this the NIACAP framework. And here I would like to thank the organizers regarding very good efforts in this the field. And this is a good example that initiating such the institutional regional framework, having the same goal, the same the language, I mean the common language in understanding the same problem we are facing today. So the impact is, the known impacts are known for everyone in terms of the health, public health, and the environmental and socio-economic aspects. And another one, similar to this institutional framework, we also had the good the institutional the cooperation, which is called the ENET, the East Asian Network of the monitoring acid deposition, which is established 2 decades ago. And what I see here on NIACAP in the future, like 15 or 20 years later, that we will have a very common understanding, very good understanding about the regional the problem, especially the focusing on the air quality management, including the modeling, emission inventory we are talking about today. So yeah, since we have the boundless air, air is boundless, we should have a common the language in understanding. However, in terms of air quality management in Mongolia, if I name some examples, then I could name, or I could mention a lot of challenges. For example, the capacity building and also the emission inventory estimates. So in the framework, I would like to say that we are so happy that we are becoming a part of this the framework, and in the future we will have we need to share the common experience and share the experience, achievements among this NIACAP, the framework. And then today's the presentation, we have seen that the America, US, and the Europe they reached very good the process. Very they follow a very good process in modeling, also the emission inventory estimates. In NIACAP, the framework in the regional. In this region, we see that the China, Korea, Japan reached very good the results we have seen today. But what we need to do in the future, in the coming years, is, for example, we may have common procedure, common the guideline to follow. I mean, the member countries should follow, and at the same time share the good experience and share the good outcomes from each country with other countries like Mongolia. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gambat. The air quality policy and emission improvement, so we can create some common achievements together. And Korea, Japan, and Korea, they have a similar impact on each other. So she highlighted importance of collaboration. Next speaker is Dr. Junichiro Kurokawa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Junichiro Kurokawa from Asia Center for Air Pollution Research, ACAP, Japan. First, I'd like to thank organizer and the presenter of this symposium for sharing valuable information and discussion. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to make comments in this session. Needless to say, we are facing two big atmospheric environmental problems, air pollution and climate change. And these problems have common issues. One is that the problem is mainly caused by increase of anthropogenic emissions that have common major sources. So it is important to consider mitigation, co-benefit in mitigation measures to reduce related species, especially short-lived climate pollutants, SLCP, including air pollutants, ozone, and black carbon. And so the reduction of these species have good impact on human health and ecosystem, and also the effects of mitigation of global warming appear earlier compared to reduction of CO2 emissions. But on the other hand, the measures to reduce SLCP often decreases the aerosols that have cooling effects, for example, sulfate and nitrate at the same time. So it is necessary to consider short-lived climate forces, SLCF, where the warming and the cooling effects on climate are taken into considered. So, and also it is important to understand physical and chemical processes and its impact on climate. As you know, the IPCC assessment, 7th IPCC assessment report cycle, AR7, just started. And in the AR7 cycle, methodology report on SLCF, especially for emission inventory, is planned to be developed. I think this movement can be a good motivation to promote more developing and utilizing national emission inventory in air quality management. One concern is, I think, development of emission inventory of GHG and air pollutants SLCP is often conducted by different frameworks. So I think it is important to consider how to harmonize or find synergies in activities related to air pollution and climate change. And another point is, this is also needless to say, the increase of anthropogenic emissions not only cause local pollution, but also regional and global scale problems. So cooperation of regional cooperation is essential. We have a regional network, NEARCAP, Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership, and ENET, Acid Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia. ENET was established for tackling acid deposition problems, but recently it's expanded its scope to air pollution. And each network has its own strong points, but actually available resources are limited. So cooperation not only inside network, but also among networks necessary. And in addition to governmental network, we have a science network. Actually, just Professor Jofun Wu introduced ACNIA is, I think, very good example for improving near future air quality improvement utilizing integrated assessment models. And I myself and some Korean colleagues here are involved in mixed Asia modeling type comparison study for Asia, aiming at improving air quality models as well as emission inventory for enhancing scientific understanding air quality atmospheric environment in East Asia. Actually, I think effective and appropriate atmospheric management cannot be conducted without scientific understanding. And also, scientific community in the region can help developing common understanding in policymakers in the region. Actually, big hurdle is how to bridge scientific community and policymakers. And it is not an easy task, but I think continuous communication is essential. So I think this symposium is a very good way. So I'd like to appreciate again for organizer of this symposium for providing us meaningful places to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So air quality management and pollution management also the carbon reduction. So he mentioned about the regional cooperation and the comorbidity effect of those reductions together. And we have heard all opinions of each panelist. And right now, we don't have much time yet. However, I would like to get a comment or question from the audience. Would you please pass the microphone to the person? I hope you can suggest some constructive opinions. I'm a member of SPC, Korean member of SPC. So watching and listening to the symposium, in overall, we have to do the complete research. And Mr. Kurokawa just mentioned that we should reduce the black carbon, and also Professor Chung Hon-woo presented that the PM will eventually be reduced. But we may reduce the PM levels. However, the ozone level, the O3 level could increase. I would like to know if you also considered the two factors, ozone and PMs, because the ozone has a thing to do with nitrate. So there could be a reverse relationship with the PM and ozone. So I would like to know if the modeling can check the relationship between PM and ozone. And I would also like to know how we address the relationship between the three factors. So let's say we actually does reduce the level with the gains modeling, but there could be ozones going up. So I would like to know about those three factors.
Professor Kim is a meteorologist, so he gave a meteorological viewpoint. So we can go long. So can I ask Professor Wu to comment in response? It was a very sharp and great question. So we are targeting PM 2.5 for the time being, but in the future, by reducing NOx, also might increase. There's a chance I admit that. But ultimately, when we reduce all these substances, ozone will also decrease. That's our hope. Regarding the future of ozone, we need to test a lot of things, but there are areas which are not necessarily linear. So we need non-linear technology to evaluate non-linear things. So first cap is quite expensive, and we don't have definite absolute value for the future. So a lot of modeling efforts are required in this process. So for the expedited process, we are using linear approach, but recently, as was mentioned by Professor Shusha Wang, we are using RSM, which is a non-linear approach. So we are also using a technique and tool to predict real-time air quality emissions. But in the future, things will change. So we need to fully consider chemical aspects. And also by 2050, we need to consider climate change as well. So global fix is reflecting the aspect 6. So we are running the simulation model in a limited manner. So we are considering it, even though it's not perfect. So we are trying to complement the drawbacks of our tools and techniques. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I have to conclude the discussion. However, it is my regret that we are gaining the traction here. So I would like to have some more days for a discussion. But because of the restriction of time, it is time to conclude today's discussion. So we have actually covered many questions and comments during the previous sessions of Q&A. We have heard about the importance of trust, and also many researches results shows some achievement. However, still there are many challenges to tackle, such as long-range transboundary emissions or net zero goals. And these are the things that we have to achieve in the future. And I would like to add on about the communication. Communication between scientists in chemistry and also policymakers. So we have covered a lot of important aspects of this field, and I would like to say that individual efforts will generate good results, but collaborative effort will generate excellent results. And to generate those excellent results, we can build network and collaboration. So we have talked about many topics, and I hope these topics contribute to our work in the future. And then it has been a good foundation for our future. So that was the 4th session of the symposium. Thank you very much.
Your active participation. Thank you so much for your active participation. And as our moderator mentioned, if we work together, we can make better futures. Okay, please give them a big hand again, please. Thank you. This concludes the 2023 Symposium on Air Pollutant Emissions Inventory and Air Quality Management. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests and speakers and all of the participants as well. Thank you very much for joining us. And once again, please participate in a satisfaction survey on your mobile phone. It will be very helpful for a better symposium next year. And we'll be giving you gift certificates through lucky draw, so please participate in the survey. As I mentioned in the morning, today, the September 7th, marks the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And this year's slogan is Together for Clean Air. I hope today's symposium will be a great opportunity for all of us to find a way to solve the problems of air pollution. And the air we share, our efforts for blue skies will continue. I'm looking forward to seeing you next year. I was Sejong Park. Thank you very much.